Chapter 1659, Void Furnace. Chapter 1659, Void Furnace. The Azura Heavenly Tao was spread throughout the entire Azura Road. This was the same in every single mystic realm. After all, the Azura Road was created by the Azura Road Master. Although it was unknown how Yin-Yang Despair Valley was formed, it should still be linked to the Azura Road Master. Let's go. Lin Ming drew Xiao Moxian close and began moving forwards with her. Lin Ming could clearly feel fluctuations from the wild space distortions all around. It was obvious that the space here wasn't stable. According to the information he obtained from Heaven's secret pavilion, the location of Yin-Yang Despair Valley would constantly change within the Great Desolate, and the price to find out this information was considerably high. It seemed that this information wasn't false at all. However, this sort of danger zone was especially advantageous in helping Lin Ming refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill. Of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, every Tao Palace represented a different true meaning of the universe, a different mystery. The Ravenous Wolf Star corresponded with the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace. It was strange and cryptic, and of the 9 Tao Palaces it could be said to represent the most elusive and nimble true meaning. Heavenly Retribution. This referred to the power of the world. After a martial artist opened the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace, they could rely on it to commune with the heavens and earth, integrating the power of the world into their mortal body and obtaining a terrifying strength, one that could annihilate all their enemy. Opening the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace required tremendous momentum from the world itself. Only a suitable danger zone could provide them with the chance to succeed. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry. He slowly scattered his sense outwards to find a place in Yin-Yang Despair Valley that had a rich world strength so he could refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill there. After finishing his plans, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian walked together towards their destination. Along the way there were many dangerous areas filled with space-time fissures. In addition, there were the dreadful surging flows of energy within the mystic realm. These turbulent flows of energy were similar to the hellfire that had rushed Xiao Moxian. However, these flows of raging energy all followed the Azura Heavenly Tao. With this, it wasn't difficult for Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian to avoid them. They carefully arrived at the place that was rich with energy. If the energy flows within Yin-Yang Despair Valley were compared to a storm, then this place would be the eye of the storm. Although all sorts of world energies flooded the surrounding space, this place was actually extremely calm and most suited for refining a pill. But just in case, Lin Ming still laid down protective array formations to prepare for all contingencies. After finishing this, Lin Ming put forth a divine runic table and a variety of rare and precious materials. After laboring over the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill for so many years, he was finally going to start refining it. Lin Ming was certainly thrilled by this prospect, but his movements were still orderly and calm, not hurried at all. These were the habits that Lin Ming had picked up over the years by drawing the improved heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols. He needed to perfectly organize every detail in this process. Only this perfection would allow him to impact the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace. His fingers cut a line through the void, drawing a wisp of heavenly tribulation fire towards it. He drew a curved path in the air. Lin Ming's hands seemed to fly. One at a time, strange energy patterns began to appear, condensing into all sorts of tiny runes. Xiao Moxian stood on the side blinking, puzzled by this. Big brother Lin, aren't you going to refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill? How come you are suddenly drawing up a divine runic symbol? I have to refine the improved medicinal runic symbol first. Lin Ming lightly said. During the years in Tragic Death Valley he had used a full year to thoroughly research an appropriate medicinal runic symbol. This medicinal runic symbol was chosen after being checked for a number of criteria and would be the best one possible for supporting the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill. Without this medicinal runic symbol, the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill that Lin Ming refined would have much weaker effects. As Lin Ming spoke, the speed of his movements hastened. The movements of his hands in the air began to leave behind after images, as quick as lightning. In Tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming had long accustomed himself with this medicinal runic symbol and had drawn up many test copies. But, to allow the medicinal runic symbol's medicinal efficacy to reach the highest possible limit and also match the properties of the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill, He needed to draw support from the world momentum here. In those 15 years within tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming had reached even higher heights in drawing up a medicinal runic symbol. Now, all of that accumulated practice would finally reveal itself. In addition, with the memories of the 3 divine runic masters he had absorbed, this tremendous background allowed him to come up with many useful and fresh new ideas. Moreover, this environment and the faint Azura heavenly Tao laws here would help Lin Ming a great deal. He silently drew runes of the Azura heavenly Tao towards the tiny runes, constantly transforming the medicinal runic symbol, allowing it to become far more complex and powerful. Finally, after 3 days and 3 nights passed, strange and mysterious patterns appeared in the void where they were drawn by Lin Ming's finger into the tiny runes. In the blink of an eye, a brilliantly marvelous reaction occurred. A shimmering light bloomed like a lotus flower and all of the runes began to gather together, forming a divine runic symbol that appeared like a snow-white flower petal. This divine runic symbol emitted a strange fluctuation of energy. Lin Ming finally relaxed, at last able to take a breath of relief. Then he carefully grasped the divine runic symbol. The improved medicinal runic symbol was finally complete. Within this divine runic symbol were the laws of the Azura heavenly Tao that existed in the surrounding environment. They were much purer than the Azura heavenly Tao laws that Lin Ming had comprehended. Then, Lin Ming sat down on the ground, entering a deep meditation just like a monk. The reason he came here was to borrow the world momentum of this danger zone to help refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill and attack the heavenly retribution Tao palace. And the power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws here could also be used by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's thoughts raced. He began to analyze Yin-Yang Despair Valley in his mind, combining all of the various powers here, including even the strange space distortions. However, there was one thing Lin Ming understood above all. Everything in the world of the Azura Road had to conform to the basics of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. It could be said that the Azura heavenly Tao laws were the true ruler of the world. Lin Ming's fingers continuously calculated. An unusual strength flowed out from his body, causing the surrounding waves of power to react and wash towards him. Gradually, strands of flame, white clouds filled with ice, distorted space ripples, thick black death energy. All of these strengths began to gather towards Lin Ming with him as the center. In this situation, Lin Ming meditated for a day and a night. He adjusted his condition to its peak state, restoring all of the soul force he used to refine the medicinal runic symbol. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open and a brilliant light cut through his pupils like a bolt of lightning in the dark skies. Lin Ming's finger slightly quivered, each quiver causing a tiny trace of the Azura heavenly Tao laws to appear. At his side, the Azura heavenly Tao law patterns were marking the space around him. He took out the heaven-devouring snake gallbladder, jade dragon horn, and other transcendent materials from his spatial ring. These materials, beneath the galvanizing world momentum here, manifested phantoms of dragons and snakes that twined together in the skies. Lin Ming used the Azura heavenly Tao laws as the furnace and quickened the world momentum within Yin-Yang Despair Valley as the fire to refine to the ravenous wolf heaven pill. The power of elusive and mystical laws constantly fused with the threads of world strength that surrounded the area, beginning to form strange lines in the air. Within the void, gradually and faintly, the outline of a giant furnace began to appear. The furnace spun around, emitting waves of strange forces, seeming as if it were attracting all of the power in the surroundings into it. Countless runes floated around the furnace like sands in the tide. The furnace sparkled with a magical luster. Without any hesitation, Lin Ming threw the jade dragon horn, heaven-devouring snake gallbladder, dragon saliva grass, primal jade quintessence, and the pile of other materials into the air, allowing the swallowing force of the furnace to pull them all in. The heavenly tribulation flames within his body surged out from his dantian, turning into a giant flame dragon that dove into the void furnace. At the same time, Xiao Moxian also summoned her jet-black nirvanic flames and sent them hurtling towards the furnace. After coordinating with Lin Ming in alchemy for so many years, their thoughts had already become one. The dragon formed from heavenly tribulation flames and the dark phoenix formed by nirvanic flames soared up together, emitting dreadful waves of flames. The dense flames split into countless threads of flames that drilled towards the different rare and precious materials. Fleeting gaze crystals, three-eyed silkworm silk, all of the various materials began to disintegrate within the raging inferno of flames. Some medicinal materials with a spirituality began to whine with horror and fear. However, the heavenly tribulation flames and nirvanic flames had already fused together. They were both 7th-level concept flames and could even instantly burn down a mountain peak. The strength of these combined flames was beyond terrifying. As Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian constantly sent their power of fire into the void furnace, more and more materials within it began to melt, sending out all sorts of enchanting fragrances. By just smelling these medicinal fragrances once, one would feel as if they had taken a bath in the purest water in the world. Their entire body would feel cleansed and comfortable. At this time, within the blazing flames, the snow-white jade dragon horn began to turn deep red. A dragon spirit suddenly howled and rushed out, hurtling itself towards the dark fire phoenix and fire dragon. Although the incomplete dragon soul had long disappeared, the dragon spirit's instincts were still able to sense a danger outside that threatened its existence. With a rumbling strike, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian felt their bodies shake. After all, those two flames were released by them and were connected to their divine souls through a mysterious connection. Although this dragon spirit was nothing but a mindless puppet, it was still a true dragon. In the impact, the roiling nirvanic flames and heavenly tribulation flames dimmed down a great deal. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dragon spirit was infuriated. It attacked everything around it with a barrage of attacks, wanting to escape the imprisonment of this furnace. However, this void furnace was formed by Lin Ming using the Azura heavenly Tao laws that existed in Yin-Yang Despair Valley, as well as by combining it with all sorts of different strengths. It was an incomparably mysterious phenomenon. Although the Jade Dragon spirit was forceful and its attacks caused the entire furnace to shake, it still wasn't able to pass through. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He had already expected this. If he wanted to rely on his own strength to refine the many top-grade materials here, it would require a massive amount of time and energy. Moreover, it would be profoundly difficult. But in Yin-Yang Despair Valley, it was a completely different situation. He could rely on the Azura laws to summon and borrow the momentum of the world and complete the refinement of the ravenous wolf heaven pill. Chapter 1660, Completing the Pill. Chapter 1660, Completing the Pill. Lin Ming's mind blazed with numerous calculations. He thrust out a finger and drew it through the void furnace, immediately causing lines of the Azura heavenly Tao laws to shine. The skies above Yin-Yang Despair Valley began to violently billow. A massive burst of death energy exploded in the skies and was dragged downwards like a black inverted mountain peak. Bang! The Jade Dragon spirit just happened to be raging in the air above the void furnace. But then, it was suddenly struck by the immense amounts of death energy. All of it crashed into the Jade Dragon horn. At this time, a cruel and brutal aura erupted forth from the heaven-devouring snake gallbladder. A 100-foot-long snake manifested in the air, biting towards that death energy and even managing to bite it in half. Then, the dragon spirit aura within the dragon saliva grass also awoke from its deep unconsciousness. Even the primal jade quintessence began to emit a misty earth-brown color. These energies surged out in all directions as if they wanted to desperately crush apart the void furnace and blow it away. Every impact caused a terrifying shockwave to roll outwards. The void furnace was formed from countless threads of the Azura heavenly Tao laws that had been bound together. But as these wild strengths surged within it, they caused the void furnace to constantly inflate like a balloon. After the Azura heavenly Tao law lines absorbed all of these different strengths and continued to expand, they retained their shape without any sign that they would crack apart. Lin Ming calmly smashed his palm into the ground. Bang! A massive hole appeared in the ground and a flow of chaotic earth-brown air streamed out. As this brown energy flow streamed out, anything that it touched was invaded with the power of earth. This was actually the purest form of the power of earth, earth pith. Earth piths were similar to fire elementals and thunder sources. They were a marvelous strength bred from deep in the earth. Earth piths contained the purest and thickest earth essence energy. They were normally hidden hundreds of millions or billions of miles in the ground, perhaps only existing in the deepest depths of magma pools. They were extremely hard to detect. But because Lin Ming had a deep understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, he could rely on them to borrow every source of strength within Yin-Yang Despair Valley. As soon as he sensed the earth pith hiding deep in the ground below him, he had summoned it, guiding it to the surface. His fingers drew ghostly lines in the void that corresponded with the Azura heavenly Tao laws, as if he were building a bridge. The earth pith was gradually drawn upwards, slowly climbing this bridge and entering the void furnace. In the midst of those several wildly raging spiritual strengths, the pure earth pith was like a black profound turtle, filled with great strength and stability, carrying with it an indomitable aura that mercilessly suppressed those strengths. With a loud rumbling sound, the snake spirit from the heaven-devouring snake gallbladder, the dragon spirit aura from the dragon saliva grass, and the spiritual strength from the primal jade quintessence were suddenly struck by this power that came from deep underground. They were like sharp spears smashing into an indestructible shield. The earth pith was bitten by the snake spirit and dragon spirit to no avail, and even the spiritual strength began to wither away. Slowly, the dragon spirit and snake spirit began to erode. The earth-brown luster was even able to wear away at soul force. The two great spirit bodies were originally filled with vitality and shining with a radiant light, but now they had become dark grey, incomparably weak and bleak. At this time, a mass of earth-brown spiritual power shot up into the skies, crashing into the earth pith. The mass of spiritual power opened wide like a massive jaw and bit down on the earth pith. Catcher! Catcher! That spiritual power was actually eating up the terrifying earth pith as if it was a snack. After 3 or 4 bites, the earth-brown spiritual power rapidly expanded and began crashing around into the sides of the void furnace. Lin Ming was startled. In order to refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill, a tremendous amount of top-grade materials were required, and now these materials had started a war. This primal jade quintessence was a spiritual object that had lived in the center of a world for billions of years and was also an earth attribute sacred spirit. Because of this, it was able to absorb the power of the earth pith. If the primal jade quintessence was allowed to expand as it pleased, then even if it wasn't able to break through the imprisonment of the void furnace created by the Azura heavenly Tao laws, it would still make refining the pill incomparably hard. Lin Ming began to murmur a mantra in his mind. Behind him, the phantom of a giant divine tree slowly appeared. As it flickered into existence, the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation exploded outward. A dazzling light erupted like thousands of rising suns, all of them following the paths of the heavenly Tao laws. Without sentiment or pity, these beams of light stabbed into the key points of the primal jade quintessence's spirit. In this raging sea of thunder and flames, the recently inflated primal jade quintessence began to rapidly diminish in size. Without hesitation, Lin Ming punched the void, tearing it apart. The space here was unstable to begin with. With Lin Ming's understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao, smashing apart space wasn't difficult at all. A space storm was pulled out by him. The space storm cut a vacuum path in the air as it fired towards the primal jade quintessence within the void furnace. CHA. The primal jade quintessence's aura was cut apart like butter in the hot sun. Death energy, spiritual energy, space storms, earth pith strength, phoenix bloodspear potential, jet black nirvanic flames. All of the powers that could be summoned in Yin-Yang Despair Valley were pulled into the middle of the void furnace by him. Not only that, but Lin Ming's hands flickered once more and the air began to shine with the mysterious strength of the Azura heavenly Tao laws once more. Using these law lines in the space, he began to stir up a giant vortex. No matter what strength it was, everything was pulled into that vortex and into the void furnace. The primal jade quintessence and all the other heavenly materials were ruthlessly suppressed. All of these different billowing strengths raged around like multicolored rivers of stars, surging waves in a great sea. All of the strengths within Yin-Yang Despair Valley were pulled in and fused together. Even the coiling ridge giant corpses in the icy mountain valleys emitted faint traces of death energy that gathered into the vortex. Bang! 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 This was the equivalent of all the strengths within Yin-Yang Despair Valley crushing and grinding down the Jade Dragonhorn's dragon spirit and all of the other spirits of the different heavenly treasures. The void furnace withstood all of this tyrannical strength, rapidly expanding like a balloon. Even Xiao Moxian was startled by all of these wild strengths smashing into each other. Like a small bunny hopping away, she immediately jumped back 10 miles. Only Lin Ming still floated in the skies like before, his arms spread wide. All sorts of energy lines wove around him, constantly repairing and supplementing the void furnace, maintaining its strength and supporting its continued revolution. In the midst of the furnace, the dragon spirit of the jade dragon horn was the first to give up. Its body stiffened and it began to crack apart. Soon after that, the spirit of the heaven-devouring snake gallbladder was swallowed up by the several strengths and broken down, turning into a snake-like fluid. Dragon saliva grass, primal jade quintessence, beneath the crashing waves of strength, they were like pills being crushed in a mortar by a medicine pestle, continuously cracking apart into different essences. Beneath nirvanic flames and heavenly tribulation flames, these essences were catalyzed by the other spiritual forces and began to fuse together. Red, white, blue, multicolored hues of liquid were smelting together, constantly attacking each other and wearing each other down. Lin Ming sat in meditation, his eyes shut even as his hands carefully manipulated the powers floating above him, turning them all into flames. These flames were not true burning flames, but virtual flames formed from energy. This strength constantly flowed out from all over Yin-Yang Despair Valley. Some flames were heated like fiery flames, some were ghostly and ethereal, and some emitted a dreadful aura. All of these flames entered the void furnace and helped in melting the materials within. Placed in the midst of all these energies, although Lin Ming was only refining a pill, he still had strength constantly flowing into him as if he were immersed in a sea of energy. His entire body felt comfortable. No matter how many tough calculations he had to make or how many Azura heavenly Tao law lines he had to manipulate, or how much soul force he had to use, he didn't feel tired at all. This entire Yin-Yang Despair Valley had existed here for billions of years already. The strength saved up in this land was alarming. Lin Ming stayed in this state for a full 3 years. During this entire time he didn't feel as if the powers in Yin-Yang Despair Valley diminished even the slightest bit. As for the void furnace, all of the strengths that were pulled there by Lin Ming had turned into ghostly azure-colored flames. This was a phenomenon that only occurred once flames reached an extremely terrifying temperature. A great deal of the materials and medicinal essences inside began to slowly absorb these different strengths. Within the center of this endless medicinal efficacy, a life seemed to be forming. This existence was blood-red and brimming over with an atmosphere of intense life vitality. Lin Ming knew that the ravenous wolf heaven pill was soon about to condense. After another month, the last drop of liquid fused into the middle of the breeding existence. An incomprehensibly powerful surge of energy washed out, one that shocked even Lin Ming. This was something that spread out from the breeding existence in the void furnace. Lin Ming's eyes shot open. A brilliant light exploded in his eyes like a bolt of lightning in the dark. A snow-white runic symbol, the medicinal runic symbol, was thrust into the breeding object. The object began to give off a blazing heat. Blinding arcs of light shot out from its surface. Finally, with the sound of cracking glass, a blood-red pill appeared within the void furnace, one the size of a heart. As this pill appeared, Tao pattern energy currents appeared around it, making it appear supernatural and strange. The blood-red medicinal fragrance turned into liquid. As the pill floated in this liquid, it exuded an inexplicably formidable pressure. The pill began to throb like a beating heart, as loud as rumbling thunder. It was like it wasn't a pill but the heart of a true divinity. Lin Ming was ecstatic with joy. This was the ravenous wolf heaven pill, the ravenous wolf heaven pill. He had finally succeeded. Suddenly, the ravenous wolf heaven pill started to rush about in all directions, wanting to escape from the void furnace. Lin Ming was surprised. After the medicinal efficacy had been refined to the limit, the pill had gained a wisdom of its own and wanted to escape. Some pills, after escaping, could even cultivate into a spiritual being. This sort of situation appeared because the materials Lin Ming used to refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill were extremely precious. Moreover, the improved medicinal runic symbol had increased the medicinal efficacy of the pill. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. The entire void furnace began to shrink and compress in on itself. Within it, all of the massive flames formed from strengths of Yin-Yang Despair Valley also condensed. Underneath Lin Ming's control, they constantly poured into the Azura heavenly Tao law patterns that formed the furnace. Immediately, because the void furnace was fused with infinite strength, it began to sparkle with a brilliant light. Every single wisp of the Azura heavenly Tao law lines was filled with an incomparably vast energy. As for the ravenous wolf heaven pill, it was tightly shackled by this tremendous energy. Chapter 1661, Forsaken Mortal Tomb. Chapter 1661, Forsaken Mortal Tomb. Lin Ming's fingers swiftly flew through the void, continuously leaving behind shining lines of the Azura heavenly Tao. These lines fell down in a raging storm like a rain of endless needles. The many lines immediately marked themselves on the heart-like ravenous wolf heaven pill. The instant that the ravenous wolf heaven pill was marked by the runes, Lin Ming could feel it fiercely struggle. It was like a vicious lion wildly thrashing about. This was the pill spirit that developed within the ravenous wolf heaven pill. The pill spirit of the ravenous wolf heaven pill was cunning and swift like the ravenous wolf star itself. It was cruel and strange. Facing this pill spirit, Lin Ming's complexion was indifferent. His fingers flashed and the lines of the array formation pierced through the pill spirit. The pill spirit's struggle became more intense and its faint pitiful wails filled the air. The pill beat like a heart yet issued screams. It was extremely ghostly and demonic. After a quarter hour the pill slowly stopped struggling. Like this, the ravenous wolf heaven pill spirit was erased by Lin Ming. The ravenous wolf heaven pill's pill spirit was sly and deceitful. It would not be willing to be swallowed. When Lin Ming was making his breakthrough he would be at his weakest point, and if he swallowed the ravenous wolf heaven pill at this moment he might suffer a backlash from the pill spirit. This would definitely cause a great deal of trouble, so erasing it was the best solution. Lin Ming tentatively picked up the ravenous wolf heaven pill. As he felt the oppressive strength within it, one that seemed as if it could crush anyone to pieces, his heart filled with joy and satisfaction. Xiao Moxian was also happy. When she broke through the late Divine Lord realm her senses had become even sharper and she was able to keenly feel the explosive strength contained within the ravenous wolf heaven pill. This thing. Big Brother Lin, do you plan on directly swallowing it like this? Xiao Moxian licked her lips. At the start she had been thinking that Lin Ming would hurry up and absorb the ravenous wolf heaven pill. But now as she felt that unimaginably dense energy within it, her heart began to race. The ravenous wolf heaven pill was evil and cruel. If Lin Ming swallowed it directly, would he be able to withstand it? I must swallow it, but if I do, I'm afraid my body won't be able to withstand it. The world momentum in Yin-Yang Despair Valley is lacking. We must find the forsaken mortal tomb and use the world momentum there to suppress the strength of the ravenous wolf heaven pill and attack the heavenly retribution Tao Palace. Lin Ming's complexion was solemn. His eyes began to sweep over the entirety of Yin-Yang Despair Valley. Looking all around, there were wildly raging currents of fire and thunder, whistling black winds, and even an ice zone that could instantly freeze one's soul. In Yin-Yang Despair Valley, destructive forces flooded the entire land and it was still unknown just how they gathered here. Lin Ming stepped forwards, searching the valley with Xiao Moxian for any clues on the forsaken mortal tomb. After searching for some time, they discovered that Yin-Yang Despair Valley was a dead end. There was only an entrance and no exit. Moreover, even though this place was far smaller than Lin Ming had first imagined, he still wasn't able to find any clues on the forsaken mortal tomb. Big Brother Lin, is the forsaken mortal tomb really together with Yin-Yang Despair Valley? We can't even find the exit. Lin Ming remained silent. His eyes were observing the space in front of him. The twisting space fluctuations in front of him gave off an extremely strange feeling. In Yin-Yang Despair Valley, the Azura heavenly Tao laws were everywhere. Lin Ming rapidly deduced every change in the power of these laws. These deductions were like a giant invisible hand that controlled the Azura heavenly Tao laws, allowing him to utilize them and explore Yin-Yang Despair Valley. As a result, he discovered that the void in front of him was emitting an ancient and bleak aura. There was something strange here. His eyes flashed and the phoenix blood spear shot out, smashing into a node in space. This node just happened to be the weakest point in space indicated by the Azura heavenly Tao laws. The distorted space, underneath the impact of billions of jins of force, began to collapse, like a giant gate that was caving in on itself. A distant and ancient atmosphere surged outwards, one that seemed to originate from the dawn of the heavens and earth. Lin Ming looked around and saw that the inside was misty and filled with spiritual strength. It was a vast world with the horizon stretching past his sight. Then, he quickly rushed in. Xiao Moxian followed close behind him, also entering. This is. As soon as he arrived, Lin Ming was shocked by the scene he saw. This was truly a separate world, and the space node leading outside was faintly recognizable high in the clouds. He and Xiao Moxian floated high in the air, given a bird's-eye view of the breadth and length of this boundless world. This world seemed to be without end. Just the ground was several hundred miles beneath them. Looking down, they could see a grey and ancient wilderness stretching to the ends of the skies. Rivers winded through the lands like twisting dragons, surging with strength, and above this great land were massive shadows that seemed like million-foot-high mountains. Lin Ming focused his eyes on these shadows and saw that they were actually incomparably massive black turtles, crawling on the ground like mountains. Their pointy turtle shells entered high into the clouds, covered in endless fog. The black turtles emitted a dark aura, one similar to the aura of the black dragon sovereign who lived in the depths of the eternal demon abyss. These black turtles were absolutely god-beast level divine beings. Big brother Lin, look over there. There are giant coffins on the backs of the turtles, Xiao Moxian mumbled in shock, her eyes focused far into the distance. Lin Ming looked over and saw that on the back of every turtle was a massive ancient bronze coffin that towered into the skies, standing tall and firm. Wang tilde wang tilde wang tilde. Waves of rich spiritual strength continuously surged out from these ancient bronze coffins, filling the world with energy. Countless runes followed this flowing spiritual strength, flitting through the skies like rivers of stars. Seeing these ancient coffins, Lin Ming was panic-stricken. The incalculable aura emanating from them even left him feeling terrified. These ancient coffins were several miles large in radius, as large as a grand palace. Even if a coiling ridge giant were to lie down in one of these coffins, they would only occupy a tiny corner of it. This is the forsaken mortal tomb. What is the meaning of the words forsaken mortal? Could the people buried within the bronze coffins be those forsaken mortals? Lin Ming frowned. In the world of the Azura Road there were far too many legends. This included tragic Death Valley, the Great Desolate, the Stormy Sea, or every land had its own corresponding legends and fables. There were many variations of these stories. But because these stories had been in existence for far too long, they were no longer credible. As for the forsaken mortal tomb, legends about this land were very rare. This was probably because when most people entered Yin-Yang Despair Valley, they didn't know how to enter the forsaken mortal tomb. Only those who experienced a great stroke of luck would be able to enter this place. As for what the forsaken mortal meant, no one was sure. Some people believed that they were giant servants who fought under the Azura Roadmaster in the past. There were even some people who believed that these forsaken mortals were the ancestors of the Coiling Ridge Giants. But although the current Coiling Ridge Giants that lived deep in the Great Desolate could be considered a powerful race, they couldn't be compared to the forsaken mortals that lived in the ancient past. The bloodline of the Coiling Ridge Giants had been diluted far too much over time. They were even losing their wisdom and becoming more like vicious beasts. But even though their intellect had diminished from in the past, their bloodline still held the mark of the forsaken mortals. This was also the reason why they felt a deep sense of fear and awe towards the forsaken mortal tomb and defended the edges of Yin-Yang Despair Valley. Lin Ming's desire to enter Yin-Yang Despair Valley had evoked a maniacal anger from them. Even so, their veneration of this land could not be changed, and when Lin Ming had rushed in they could only watch helplessly on without giving chase. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, he suddenly saw that in the far-off distance where the spiritual strength was the strongest and where the end of the land was, there was an even larger black turtle. Its shell stretched for thousands of miles and misty spiritual power gushed out from it like waterfalls, floating all around it in amounts high enough to hide the world in shadows. This black turtle was over 10 times larger than the other black turtles. Its aura had already surpassed the level of a god-beast and nearly reached that of a true divinity. Even from such a far distance, Lin Ming was finding it hard to face this presence. Let's go. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian flew over to the phantom of the largest black turtle. As the two flew through the skies, they passed many black turtles. In the legends, it was said that a black turtle could live for over 1 billion years and was the longest-lived species in the universe. But in this forsaken mortal tomb, without exception, all of these black turtles had turned into bones. Only their grand and colossal shells that rose into the skies seemed to tell of their once brilliant past. Flying over this graveyard, Lin Ming felt an incomparably sad and dismal aura, one so profound that he nearly lost his mind. In shock, Lin Ming hurriedly revolved the divine mist heart mantra, only then calming down his racing heart. Lin Ming turned to glance at Xiao Moxian and discovered that he didn't need to worry about her. Her god-beast physique made it even easier for her to resist this desolate aura within the forsaken mortal tomb. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian finally arrived on the back of the largest turtle's shell. This black turtle was so massive that it resembled a planet. As for the ancient coffin on the black turtle's back, it was also the size of the mountain. The surface of the coffin was covered with mysterious runes that emitted a majestic spiritual light. Every beam of spiritual light possessed an astonishing amount of energy. Each beam shot into the sky, creating a vacuum in space. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then, he lightly swept the phoenix blood spear over a tiny corner of the spiritual light. Even with this tiny movement, he still felt his arm shake and go numb. These lights definitely had an impact force of at least 10 billion jins. The ancient coffins were sealed shut and bound with runes. With Lin Ming's cultivation, wanting to open them was impossible. Forsaken mortals, these are proud children of the heavens from ancient times that are interred in these coffins, Lin Ming mumbled to himself. But with that, he no longer bothered with these thoughts. Currently, there was no meaning in dwelling on these thoughts. After all, they were far too remote a matter for him. What was important was what he had to do now: attack the second Dao Palace, the Heavenly Retribution Dao Palace. Originally, Lin Ming was only making a guess from Torchriver's memories that forsaken mortal tomb would be an ideal place to make a breakthrough. But now that he truly arrived here, he discovered this place was far better than he had anticipated. There were these incredible and endless black turtles, the unusual ancient bronze coffins that were flush with energy, and most importantly the breath of the Azura heavenly Dao laws here that flooded every inch of space, 10 times stronger than that of Yin-Yang Despair Valley. With the incredibly strong existence of the Azura heavenly Dao laws that were present here, he could draw in all the strength from within the forsaken mortal tomb, using the momentum here to suppress the ravenous wolf star. Chapter 1662, Impacting the Heavenly Retribution Dao Palace. Chapter 1662, Impacting the Heavenly Retribution Dao Palace. Ash-grey runes flew forth from Lin Ming's fingers, flying all around him. Before this breakthrough, he had to make his final preparations. These grey runes were formed from the Azura Sutra's myriad demon karmic wheel. The demonic death energy within them followed the Azura heavenly Dao laws, completely in harmony with the atmosphere in the forsaken mortal tomb. After all, within the forsaken mortal tomb, besides the power of the Azura heavenly Dao laws that occupied every corner of this world, the greatest energy was the dense aura of dead souls. These runes fell across the sky like scattering stars, creating something that resembled a massive black rune that spanned for 10,000 miles. Using an entire month, Lin Ming formed 1,000,000 runes and created a giant array formation. This array formation was meant to protect Lin Ming but also to gather the energy of the world unto his own body. No matter how formidable the powers within the forsaken mortal tomb were, they had to follow the Azura heavenly Dao laws. This allowed Lin Ming the chance to galvanize a portion of this power for his own use. This time, with Lin Ming as the center, an incomparably large black beam of spiritual strength appeared and spread outwards. This was the Dark Spirit Gathering Array. In order to impact the 9 stars of the Dao Palace and use the momentum of the world to help him, he needed to be flexible and adapt to the situation. Lin Ming observed the forsaken mortal tomb and found that he could use runes of the myriad demon karmic wheel to form a simple spiritual energy gathering array formation that resonated with the Azura heavenly Dao laws. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The array formation activated. A pitch-black death energy emerged. Countless threads appeared from the array formation like innumerable black hands, beginning to stir up the death energy from the ancient bronze coffins that were millions of miles away. Even the spiritual strength of the black turtle god-beasts began to gather towards this focal point. The strength that Lin Ming was able to summon in this graveyard was only a millionth of the power present here. Even so, this was more than astonishing. Xiao Moxian was startled as she watched an infinite number of giant black turtle phantoms appear around Lin Ming before fading away. After a quarter hour of gathering energy, Lin Ming took out the ravenous wolf heaven pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it into his stomach. After swallowing the pill, Lin Ming felt as if he had swallowed the sun. He was ready to explode from the energy at any moment. A boiling strength like lava surged out and into Lin Ming's meridians and bones, wildly racing around and wreaking havoc where it went. Lin Ming had already opened the 8 hidden inner gates and even formed the purple temple Dao Palace. In terms of the intensity of his mortal body, he was dozens of times more formidable than an ancient vicious beast. Even if a planet were to shatter upon him, his mortal body wouldn't be crushed. But such a powerful body was actually beginning to crack beneath the power of the ravenous wolf heaven pill and its galaxy-like strength. His skin, flesh, and bones all shook as if his body would be torn asunder. His entire body began to expand like a balloon. At the same time, waves of medicinal efficacy essence broke into every inch of his flesh and blood, making him feel happy and carefree. He could feel the strength within his body and bones. His skin, meridians, flesh, blood, everything began to transform, evolve. However, this strength finally fired into 9 spots within his body. These 9 spots were like giant vortexes. Mysterious runes appeared within them as the aura of the great Tao seethed around them. In Xiao Moxian's vision, she could see these 9 spots on Lin Ming's body begin to shine with a blood-red light that pierced into the heavens. This blood-red light was incredibly intense, piercing through everything it touched. It began to resonate with a strange power in the darkness, summoning it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fantastical beams of starlight suddenly fell down from the heavens, wrapping around Lin Ming's body. Wrapped in this starlight, Lin Ming felt even stronger and more solid. Once again, he arrived in the pitch-black space that belonged to the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. In the cold and still air above him, in the center of the universe, there were 9 radiant stars shining, smoldering with arcane power. These stars exuded a gentle light, one that echoed with the 9 spots on Lin Ming's body, instilling within him the strength of stars. Lin Ming was so comfortable that he nearly groaned. The power of the ravenous wolf heaven pill surging within him was actually suppressed just a little bit. However, he didn't lose his mind in this endless glorious starlight. His eyes focused on one specific star. This star was the ravenous wolf star. At this time, the ravenous wolf star was undoubtedly the brightest of the 9 stars. The strange and ghostly light it exuded echoed with a spot on Lin Ming's body, causing the power of the stars to pour into it. As this cold and gloomy starlight entered his body, Lin Ming remained vigilant even as he felt his own strength rapidly increasing. It wasn't easy to absorb the starlight of the ravenous wolf star. He had to maintain absolute focus to prevent any sudden changes. Slowly, Lin Ming's mortal body began to transform. The boundless medicinal efficacy within the ravenous wolf heaven power turned into strength, allowing Lin Ming's mortal body to reach new heights in strength. His body began to shine and give off heat. A glittering luster began to emit from his body, as if he were an ancient piece of jade that was finally being shaken and dusted off, exposing the magnificence beneath. From Lin Ming's pores, he began to emit a milk-like medicinal efficacy, faint and hazy. But at this moment, a harsh shriek spread to Lin Ming's ears. An incomparably powerful aura of spiritual power appeared, seeming as if it were awakening from a deep sleep. Bang! The calm medicinal efficacy that was transforming Lin Ming's body suddenly turned wild. The skin on his body ruptured and blood vessels ripped apart as blood spurted out everywhere. Millimeter. Lin Ming stuffily coughed. As he probed his body, he suddenly discovered that the ravenous wolf heaven pill's pill spirit was being revived beneath the endless starlight of the ravenous wolf star. It was even possible that the starlight of the ravenous wolf star was purposefully intending to arouse the pill spirit that Lin Ming had erased. As Lin Ming realized this, his mind shook. A brilliant light flashed through his pupils like lightning, This was the critical moment as he was suppressing his mortal body in order to attack and absorb the ravenous wolf star. If there was a rebellion within his body, then this would be a major catastrophe. If he were under assault from both within and without, he would definitely explode and perish. Lin Ming's hands moved and he drew pitch-black lines of the Azura heavenly Tao laws in the void. The energy stored within the dark spirit gathering array began to gush out as it was activated by the traction of the laws. Lin Ming had spent a great deal of time and energy to form this array formation that gathered the power of the world, and the reason for that was to prevent this scene from occurring. With a deep roar, a black turtle-shaped fluctuation of energy leapt out from the dark spirit gathering array, turning into a beam of black light. With a howl, it pounced towards Lin Ming. This horrifying flow of energy sparkled as it disappeared into Lin Ming's body. Although this was only the aura left behind by a dead god beast, when this power was condensed by the dark spirit gathering array, then by borrowing the momentum of the world here, it was more than enough to contend with the strength of the ravenous wolf star. Suddenly, the aura of the black turtle began to wrestle with the ravenous wolf heaven pill spirit deep in Lin Ming's body. One power was beneath Lin Ming's control, wanting to suppress everything. The other power didn't want to be shackled, it wanted to escape into the skies. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the fierce combat, the ravenous wolf heaven pill's medicinal efficacy constantly melted away. Lin Ming took this chance to take hold of all this medicinal efficacy and send it into his muscles, flesh, and blood, into every inch of his body. His muscles were constantly flushed with an incomparably powerful medicinal efficacy. Lin Ming's strength rapidly rose. At the same time, he simultaneously guided the movements of the Azura heavenly Tao law lines within the ravenous wolf heaven pill, squeezing even more medicinal efficacy to leak out. In the end, the balanced Azura heavenly Tao laws within the ravenous wolf heaven pill collapsed. On the outside, the energy of the black turtle attacked it. Finally, the ravenous wolf heaven pill turned into waves of liquid medicine that ruthlessly exploded. The raging sea of medicinal efficacy was like snakes and dragons as it broke into Lin Ming's body, thoroughly fusing with him. Beneath the tremendous scouring of the medicinal efficacy, every pore of Lin Ming's body began to shine with a brilliant light as his strength rose to all new levels. Occasionally, wisps of blood would shoot out from his wounds like bolts of lightning, blinding to the eyes. The heretical god tree also began to grow. It became majestic and dignified, exuding the power of countless runes. Roar. As Lin Ming's strength reached the limit, his body seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Then, Lin Ming's head fell back as two beams of substantialized energy shot out from his eyes like black columns that shot into the skies. As this happened, his body rose up from the ground. His entire body sparked with arcs of electricity. Like a dragon flying through the heavens, he shot towards the most brilliant ravenous wolf star. The moment that he shot up, the ground beneath his feet began to howl as the energy gathered into a focal point. With a cracking sound, the entire array seemed as if it was being crushed like glass. Then, the dark spirit gathering array's mission was already complete. All of the strength contained within it merged into Lin Ming's body. With the momentum from this boost of power, Lin Ming shot up at an unbelievable velocity. His body burst out with a terrifying blood vitality, his entire body igniting with dazzling flames from the high-speed air friction. Wherever he went, even the void would be twisted like it would shatter at any moment underneath the overwhelming momentum. As Lin Ming was about to approach the ravenous wolf star, the void around it suddenly filled with the sound of rumbling thunder. A strange and vast aura appeared in the air. Lin Ming remained vigilant. Goosebumps rose up from all over his body. This was his body's instinctual reaction from sensing an inexplicable danger. Like the last time he impacted the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, lines of the Great Tao appeared in space, binding together to form a giant Tao diagram. On this Tao diagram, all sorts of phantoms appeared. There were galaxies, stars, mountains, rivers, birds, animals, insects, and all the myriad life forms in the universe. In the middle of every pattern were countless tiny flashing runes. During this second impact, Lin Ming unhesitatingly exploded towards the Tao diagram. His strength surged and his blood vitality billowed around him. His fist flashed out in a series of strikes that created sonic booms that echoed like peals of thunder. Now that the ravenous wolf heaven pill had tempered his mortal body, filling it with infinite strength, he was brimming with confidence. Bang! His mortal body trampled through the void as his speed increased yet again. His fist that seemed as if it could destroy everything suddenly arrived before the Tao diagram. This Tao diagram represented the will of the heavenly Tao. Every flashing rune within it had infinite variations, each variation possessing a wisp of the laws. This was a strength able to suppress all the strength in the world. Lin Ming's fist carried with it an indomitable momentum as it came heavily crashing down. Chapter 1663, Breaking the Tao Diagram. Chapter 1663, Breaking the Tao Diagram. The Tao diagram in the sky possessed the infinite charm of the great Tao. As Lin Ming was about to smash into it, the Tao diagram emitted a gentle light that shrouded over him. Lin Ming's current blood vitality was boiling over, but as he was covered by this white light he felt as if all his memories had been seen. It was a strange and uncomfortable feeling. In the blink of an eye the Tao diagram became even larger. In the surface of the Tao diagram a black hole appeared, and from this black hole a crystal smooth hand shot out, welcoming Lin Ming's fist without any feeling. Bang! As his fist struck this palm, a metallic grating noise sounded out and a brilliantly wild fluctuation of energy erupted. It was like two stars colliding with each other. Fierce shockwaves spread out from the impact, stirring up a savage tornado of energy. In the rumbling chaos, the billions and trillions of runes on the Tao diagram rapidly dimmed. Millimeter. Lin Ming was shocked. Could this crystal smooth hand have been formed from the Tao diagram? Strange, how could he feel as if he had met this presence before? At this time, the Tao diagram twisted and a hazy form emerged from the center of it. This person wore a light gauzy dress and her body was filled with endless grace and charm. Her eyes seemed to contain galaxies, her vision able to extinguish all life and see through all lies. As this person fully emerged from the Tao diagram, Lin Ming revealed an expression of utter shock. How could it be her? The person that came from this Tao diagram was the divine realm's Empyrean divine dream. As he was stunned, the Tao diagram distorted again. Lin Ming felt a strange occurrence in the space behind him. But by the time he discovered this, it was already too late. A fist wrapped in a familiar power solidly pounded into Lin Ming's back. This strength was vast and limitless, billowing like waves and causing the space behind him to be torn to shreds. This impact strength was as violent and brutal as a star. Unexpectedly dense grand mist energy drilled into his body like countless titanic dragons. Everywhere it went, Lin Ming's body would crack apart with blood flying everywhere. In that time, the drops of blood that shot from his body floated in space like rubies. They seemed to breathe with a mind of their own, emanating a dim power. Grand mist energy, grand mist laws, could it be? Lin Ming had been severely injured. His mind raced as he rapidly opened the grand mist space to protect his body. The star-heavy grand mist space formed a wall around him, protecting him and also counterbalancing that terrifying strength that sneak attacked him. Although Lin Ming already had his guesses, as he truly looked at the person who had ambushed him, he was still left panic-stricken. The person who sneak attacked him was a tall middle-aged man. He wore black battle armor designed like a dragon king. The battle armor covered his entire body and his face was shrouded, hidden from sight. His mortal body contained a strength that far outstripped Lin Ming and a heavy grand mist energy lingered around his body. Just from standing there this person resembled an undefeatable war god. In just one glance, a name floated in Lin Ming's mind, Empyrean Primordius. Although he hadn't seen Empyrean Primordius before, he could still confirm that the person who sneak attacked him had the same aura and shape as Empyrean Primordius. Empyrean Primordius. Seeing Empyrean Primordius, Lin Ming was shocked, but then he slowly calmed down, his complexion turning even colder. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light. He thought out loud, "What a good ravenous wolf star. I was going to absorb you into my body to open the heavenly retribution Tao Palace with the power of your starlight, but to think you would attempt to revolt against me." Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and all of his blood vitality began to boil. Energy from the purple temple Tao Palace crazily revolved and the power of a true dragon gushed forth from his form. Lin Ming's cracked and wounded body began to slowly regenerate. From the time that Lin Ming approached the Tao diagram and punched it, to the appearance of two Empyreans and Empyrean Primordius even severely wounding him, all of this had happened in a fleeting moment, as quick as a bolt of lightning. However, Lin Ming understood that no matter what, it was impossible for Empyrean Divine Dream or Empyrean Primordius to appear here. One was in the divine realm and it was unknown whether or not the other was alive, so how could they appear in the forsaken mortal tomb? Moreover, with Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Divine Dream's strength, if they wanted to kill him all they needed to do was wave their hand and he would suffer a cruel and miserable death. Why would they need to punch him hard enough to only crack his flesh open? After careful observation, Lin Ming could clearly feel that these two great Empyreans were filled with blood vitality, their auras were exactly as Lin Ming had remembered, and even their appearances seemed the same. The truth was that they lacked the world-dominating aura of a true Empyrea. Not just that, but Lin Ming discovered that faint traces of the laws wrapped around the bodies of these two Empyreans, laws that gave off the aura of the great Tao. Without a doubt, these two Empyreans were nothing but phantoms. When Lin Ming recalled that strange light that enveloped him earlier, he could confirm that the sly and resourceful ravenous Wolfstar had used the heavenly Tao laws here to reproduce images of these Empyreans as well as certain characteristics of their strength, all in order to threaten him. After all, in Lin Ming's mind, whether it was Empyrean Divine Dream or Empyrean Primordius, he felt nothing but the deepest sense of respect and awe towards them. These two extreme Empyrean characters were both leaders of humanity. This ravenous Wolfstar was proficient in attacking the heart and mind. Although this illusion attack seemed easy to break through, when that white light had absorbed Lin Ming's memories it was enough to affect his spiritual sea. If it weren't for Lin Ming having cultivated the divine mist heart mantra and his soul force being incomparably powerful, then even if he knew that these two Empyreans couldn't appear here he still wouldn't have been able to realize they were simulations created by the ravenous Wolfstar. At that time, Lin Ming would have to fight against these two leaders of humanity that he revered and respected, and during this battle he wouldn't be able to display his true combat strength. After being alerted, Lin Ming became even more vigilant. Because of the severe attack he had received, his mortal body had cracked and he had lost a great deal of blood energy. Afterwards, when he had galvanized the power of a dragon to regenerate, this had caused him to use up a part of the energy he had saved in himself. Without having established the heavenly retribution Tao Palace, without having shattered the ravenous Wolfstar's Tao diagram, it was absolutely not good news for him to use up so much strength. This ravenous Wolfstar was cunning and tricky. If Lin Ming wanted to absorb it into the corresponding Tao Palace within his body, it wouldn't be simple at all. After a brief moment of thought, he traced his spatial ring. A round and plain pill appeared in Lin Ming's hand. This pill was the nameless ancient pill that Lin Ming had obtained at the Divine Rune City auction. Lin Ming had spent 1 billion points to purchase this ancient pill. It was a transcendent divine level pill. Lin Ming didn't directly swallow this ancient pill. After all, the power contained within this ancient pill was unfathomably great. If he were to swallow it now, he wouldn't be able to suppress its strength. The ravenous Wolfstar definitely wouldn't miss this chance to attack him. Lin Ming only held the nameless ancient pill and used his divine soul to draw out the energy from the ancient pill. He absorbed the essence of the pill into his body through his acupoints. The pure and vibrant power of the ancient pill continuously flowed into his body. His body that had just been severely wounded began to be nourished and revitalized. But at the same time, how could the ravenous Wolfstar give Lin Ming the chance to recover? The phantoms of the two Empyreans rushed together at the same time, revolving the grand mist laws and divine dream laws that Lin Ming remembered. Their powers came shrouding down from the skies, overwhelming. Facing the attacks of these two Empyreans, Lin Ming didn't draw back. Although he knew these two Empyreans were fakes, he had no intention of battling them. His only goal here was the ravenous Wolfstar. There was no meaning in fighting these two phantoms that the ravenous Wolfstar condensed with laws. Lin Ming summoned Primordius' heavenly palace. Then, he flew inside. Bang! With a loud explosion, the protective array formations around Primordius' heavenly palace wildly shook. The attacks of the two Empyreans all fell onto Primordius' heavenly palace. And placed within Primordius' heavenly palace, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. A raging strength suddenly broke out from his inner world. With this strength and with the Azura heavenly Tao laws, he began to galvanize the powers within the forsaken mortal tomb once more. The black turtle energy that filled the air and the remaining residual wills from the ancient bronze coffins were all dragged towards him. Whether it was the black turtles or the forsaken mortals, they were all existences from billions of years ago that were stronger than Empyreans. The leaders amongst them could even compare with true divinities. In a moment, chaos occurred around him as phantoms appeared, enough to blot out the skies. There were blurry phantoms of black turtles and forsaken mortals, all of them shimmering into existence around Primordius' heavenly palace. These phantoms immediately surrounded the Empyrean divine dream and Empyrean Primordius, which the ravenous wolf-star had reproduced with the heavenly Tao laws. By drawing upon the momentum of the world within the forsaken mortal tomb, Lin Ming was trying to preserve as much of his own strength as possible to absorb the cunning ravenous wolf-star. As for these two Empyrean phantoms, using the momentum of the world to suppress them was more than enough. Of the black turtle death energy and residual will of the forsaken mortals, even if Lin Ming was only able to borrow a millionth of this strength, it was still an incomparably terrifying power. This power was condensed by the Azura heavenly Tao laws, where they immediately clashed with the ravenous wolf-star's heavenly Tao laws. Bang! 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 The surroundings began to shake as even the void was being torn to shreds. The moment that the Empyrean phantoms were suppressed by the momentum of the world, Lin Ming stepped out of Primordius' heavenly palace. He faced the Tao diagram in the skies, fiercely grasped the phoenix blood spear, and then hurtled himself upwards. The black turtle death energy and the indestructible and mysterious strength within the ancient bronze coffins were slowly pulled upwards by the Azura heavenly Tao laws, where they gathered upon the phoenix blood spear. Gradually, the phoenix blood spear shined with an even more brilliant light. It was like a blood phoenix spreading its wings, soaring to the ends of time. In that moment, Lin Ming seemed to hold a sun in his hands. The phoenix blood spear pierced into the skies. Within a spark of time, the phoenix blood spear was thrust out innumerable times. Each spear strike was able to tear open the void and cut apart planets. The phoenix blood spear howled in this crazy dance. It was like innumerable fire phoenixes hurtling forwards without end. Countless runes of raging flames swept up in a tornado. Lin Ming's blood heated up as if it were burning. The tangled power formed fire-red runes that covered his entire body. As all of the spear potential gathered together, it violently struck a single point on the Tao diagram. Lin Ming's bodily strength also erupted to its limits. Catcher! With a wild bang, a brilliantly dazzling divine light flashed out. Countless golden fragments went flying into the air. This massive Tao diagram had been shattered by Lin Ming's all-out spear attack. Chapter 1664, Receiving the Ravenous Wolf. Chapter 1664, Receiving the Ravenous Wolf. Ka. The skies were shattered by Lin Ming and a terrifying explosive sound tore through space. The moment that Lin Ming broke the 9-star Tao diagram, a surging force came gushing out from it like a thick purple python that rumbled into Lin Ming's body. As this strength entered Lin Ming's body, it was like withered grasslands in a spell of drought finally receiving rainwater. In an instant, the massive blood vitality that he had used up was suddenly refilled by this strength. At the same time, a strange rhythm plunged into Lin Ming's body, causing the runes that marked his flesh and bones to shine. But at this moment, in the battle between the endless black turtle death energy and the golden giants formed from the residual will and spiritual strength of the ancient bronze coffins, as they were fighting against the phantoms of Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Primordius, that battle finally came to a conclusion. After all, the phantoms of Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Divine Dream were only simulations created by the heavenly Tao laws. How could their strength be compared to true Empyreans? The two phantom Empyreans were finally savagely suppressed by the world momentum Lin Ming had borrowed from the black turtles and the ancient bronze coffins. In instant that the Empyreans' phantoms were crushed apart, the laws that formed them were also shattered. These laws belonged to humanity's body transformation system and could be called the 9-star heavenly Tao laws. From an external appearance, The essence gathering system and body transformation laws were highly different. The essence gathering system laws were infinitely complex and diverse heavenly Tao runes, but as for body transformation's 9-star heavenly Tao laws, they were like a roiling galaxy of stars. As starlight shined down, monstrous blood energy would cloud out the skies, filled with vibrant vitality. These laws appeared to resemble the power of stars. At this time, the ravenous wolf star above Lin Ming began to shine with an ever brighter light. The shattered half of the heavenly Tao array diagram fiercely shook as a giant whirlpool of starlight appeared around it, seeming as if it would sweep up all the strength of these laws back to where they were. "I don't think so," Lin Ming sneered. In order to attack the second Tao palace, he had made preparations for a long time. How could he allow the 9-star heavenly Tao array diagram to reabsorb the laws and restore its strength? In the brief flash his fingers flew and lines of the Azura heavenly Tao laws flew out, creating a giant net. As this net appeared, it began to absorb all of the surrounding spiritual energy, becoming increasingly solid and bright. The 9-star heavenly Tao laws were one of the laws of the 33 heavens. But as for the Azura heavenly Tao laws, they did not belong to the 33 heavens, but were a set of laws that the Azura Roadmaster created himself. Even so, the Azura heavenly Tao laws were no weaker than the 33 heaven laws. After all, the Azura road that was supported by the Azura laws could stand on par with the 33 heavens. The Azura heavenly Tao instantly stopped the vortex that was caused by the 9-star Tao diagram. Lin Ming was like a flash of electricity as he plunged towards the shattered 9-star heavenly Tao laws. All of the acupoints over his body opened and his mouth spread as he suddenly swallowed in this starlight. Shoo! It was like the galaxy was being sucked in. Lin Ming was pulling in the surroundings so hard that even space distorted. The absorption force was incredible. Immediately, the pure power of the 9-star heavenly Tao laws was continuously swallowed into Lin Ming's body. Bang! Lin Ming's inflated body began to crack open once more. But this time blood didn't shoot out. All that happened was his muscles and blood emitting a brilliant light. Within his body, on his bones, it was like stars had branded him, making him shine with splendor. The light of these stars held a deep and profound meaning. Behind Lin Ming, phantasmal specks of light wove into a river of stars that poured down behind him like a silver waterfall. Lin Ming's body was immediately filled with vitality. Waves of blood energy surged within him. Currently, Lin Ming had yet to open the second Tao palace. But just by swallowing a little bit of the strength from the 9 stars heavenly Tao laws, this was incomparably better than swallowing spiritual medicines. As his strength wildly surged upwards, Lin Ming soared through the skies. His body emitted a blinding light as if he were the sun itself. His body seemed as if it would explode at any moment, but it remained extremely tough and tenacious throughout. Finally, the true dragon blood within him shot into the heavens. The heretical god tree appeared behind him, a lifelike image nearly substantialized into reality. It towered high and lofty, a fire dragon and thunder dragon dancing atop the crown. They were the true meaning of thunder and fire that he had grasped. Waves of strength radiated out from the pores of his skin, causing ripples to spread through the void and even piercing through space. When the last of the heavenly Tao's vitality was swallowed up by Lin Ming, at this time, when he stepped forwards, the sound of muffled thunder exploded through space. With another step, he shot upwards once again. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming arrived in front of the Tao diagram. The purple temple Tao palace opened. He grasped the phoenix blood spear, his strength revolving to the limit as he solidly smashed his spear into the cracked 9-star Tao diagram. The cracked 9-star Tao diagram violently trembled, like an iceberg on the verge of collapse. Sharp cracks appeared in the Tao diagram, followed by a piercing sound. These sound waves condensed into reality, escaping into the real world where they slashed into the earth and left fissures thousands of miles long in the forsaken mortal tomb. However, on that seemingly limitless Tao diagram, a clear crack appeared, a deep ravine hundreds of miles deep. Still not enough. Lin Ming cried out, thrusting his spear forth once more. The true dragon blood condensed into the shape of a true dragon. Following this spear, it clawed towards the Tao diagram, throwing itself at the crack. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 1,000 strikes. All of Lin Ming's bodily strength gushed out like an exploding volcano. In an instant, thousands and tens of thousands of spear strikes were thrust out, each spear puncturing the center of the Tao diagram's crack, constantly expanding it. The center of that crack was the epicenter of an earthquake. More and more ruptures spread out for thousands of miles in all directions. The entire Tao diagram violently trembled, emitting loud creaking noises like shattering glass. Finally, explosive sounds echoed out from Lin Ming's joints, and carrying winds manifested from the dragon energy around him. He hurtled towards the Tao diagram. Traces of the great Tao and the destroyed bits of starlight were fractured into even smaller spots of luminous light. Rumble. 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 The entire Tao diagram finally burst apart. Shimmering starlight leaked out from the cracks of the Tao diagram, falling down in raging torrents. Massive pieces of it fell onto Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming's continuously shining body shined with an even brighter light, like a supernova, blinding to the eyes. His bodily strength began to climb and climb again. When the last wisp of starlight was absorbed into his body, Lin Ming was able to summon sounds of wind and thunder by raising his hand. The space around him constantly shook. With his increasing strength, his confidence also rose. In that moment, Lin Ming was confident that a punch of his would be able to tear apart the world, crushing all of existence. Even Xiao Moxian, who was watching all of this from below, felt frightened. Just by seeing Lin Ming's body, she felt an inexplicable feeling of dread. This was a dread against a powerful blood vitality that originated from her half-god beast bloodline. Of course, this was also because Xiao Moxian hadn't undergone enough nirvanas. If Xiao Moxian were to complete 9 nirvanas, then she could easily achieve a terrifying boundary that surpassed an Empyrean. Lin Ming stepped in the void, and with an explosive sound his figure flashed and disappeared. In an instant, he tore through the void, arriving in front of the glorious ravenous wolf star. That incomparably massive ravenous wolf star was only the size of a ruler now. It was like the ravenous wolf star had sensed Lin Ming's arrival and had hidden itself in the deep darkness. But with Lin Ming's profound understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, he was able to instantly perceive the ravenous wolf star. Without looking, he thrust his hands into the void. Instantly, his hands felt as if they were submerged in roiling magma. What he touched in that moment was the core of the ravenous wolf star. In that moment, even though his body surged with the power of life, he still felt the unusual aura within the ravenous wolf star. He directly grasped this star and swallowed it into his body. Bang! It was like being submerged into an endless sea filled with violent clouds of thunder, like being dropped in infinite volcanoes, like falling into an impenetrable black hole. An incomparably powerful aura, one that carried with it boundless majesty and rage, one that caused the heart to race, suddenly submerged into Lin Ming's body and exploded. The ravenous wolf star, sly and cunning. At the same time, it also represented the heavenly retribution Tao Palace. This Tao Palace communicated with the world, casting down punishment on behalf of the heavens. Now, this punishment descended on Lin Ming. The heretical god tree phantom behind Lin Ming was whipped about by violent winds. The dragon phantom formed by the true dragon blood was torn asunder by the black hole. The heavenly tribulation fire of the 7 different true meanings was suffocated by the meaning of deep water of heavenly tribulation. The runes in his blood and flesh were attracted by the black hole and began to savagely break apart. Within Lin Ming's body, everything turned chaotic. Even his soul force came under influence. As waves of heavenly retribution struck Lin Ming, his blood vitality swelled up. This was the final meeting on their narrow path and the final revolt of the ravenous wolf star. After coming this far, how could Lin Ming let all his efforts go to waste? Countless lines of the Azura heavenly Tao laws were pulled up by Lin Ming's soul force, thrusting into his body and rumbling into the midst of the power of heavenly retribution. Immediately, these Azura heavenly Tao law lines were like a giant net that trapped the beast, stubbornly stopping the final crazy attack of the ravenous wolf star. Bang! The ravenous wolf star exploded. Beneath the purest and most glorious starlight, black star-like runes were contained within. They melted into Lin Ming's flesh and blood, fusing together with him. This is a part of the heavenly Tao laws, representing the power of heavenly retribution, the true meaning of heavenly retribution. Lin Ming's entire body was immersed in pain but also a strange twinge of joyful pleasure. The great Tao's true meaning of heavenly tribulation, this made his soul shiver and his body quake in excitement. At the same time, the faint traces of pain began to spread throughout his body. This was the mark of the great Tao entering his body, an impact that even caused pain to his divine soul. But with the passing of time, all of the power of starlight began to revolve in Lin Ming's body, forming a mysterious and marvelous Tao palace. This Tao palace had a magnificent hall that shined with a blazing light. Within it, black energy filled the air and cracks of lightning whipped about. There were even waves of horrifying fire, burning so hot it seemed that they could burn down the universe. This extreme majesty represented the punishment of the heavenly Tao. It connected together with Lin Ming's flesh and blood foundation and even his divine soul. This allowed Lin Ming to feel a powerful aura. All of those black runes in his flesh and blood began to sparkle, resonating with him. The heavenly retribution Tao Palace had finally opened. Chapter 1665. Preparation is the key to success. Chapter 1665. Preparation is the key to success. Lin Ming clenched his fists together, a divine light shining in his eyes. In order to break through this heavenly retribution Tao Palace, Lin Ming had put forth an unimaginable amount of effort. And now, he had finally succeeded. As he felt the strength surging in his body, Lin Ming impatiently wanted to fight. Ever since he left the Marvel Blue Nation, he had yet to fight a truly powerful opponent. Closing his eyes deep in meditation, Lin Ming carefully felt the strength of the heavenly retribution Tao Palace. The first two Tao Palaces of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, Heavenly Retribution and Purple Temple. Of them, the function of the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace was to use the body of a martial artist as a medium to commune with the heavens and earth. The body was a microcosm unto itself and could correspond to stars in the universe. In the boundless world, the so-called power of heavenly retribution was ultimately the strength of the heavenly Tao. After the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace opened, a martial artist could use the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace as a communication medium to allow the body to bear the power of the heavens and earth. No matter how powerful one's mortal body was, how powerful could it be? Even royal godbeasts could only compare to extreme Empyreans. But the power of the heavens and earth was different. Their power could be described in an infinitely varied number of ways. For instance, when a star exploded and a black hole was formed, this was a strength that would even suck in an Empyrean and turn them into nothing. Of course, with Lin Ming's current strength, wanting to simulate such a strength was far from possible. He still had a long road ahead of him. Power of the heavens and earth. Lin Ming gripped his fists, feeling the heavenly retribution Tao Palace in his body communing with the heavens and earth, absorbing the surging energy within the world. This sort of feeling was the legendary union with the world. To have the heavens and earth stand on the same level as the mortal body, when Lin Ming's cultivation reached the peak, fighting with him would be tantamount to fighting against the entirety of the heavens and earth. When a martial artist's body transformation technique stepped from the 8 inner hidden gates into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the truth was that this was essentially equal to finishing cultivating the mortal body and instead beginning to cultivate the laws of the 9 stars. The 9-star laws were one of the 33 heavenly Tao laws. If they hadn't been sealed because of some unknown reason, they wouldn't be much worse than the saint race's body transformation technique. They would only be a bit more difficult to cultivate. The origin of the heavenly retribution Tao Palace's strength came not from a martial artist's body but from the momentum of the heavens and earth. Thus, no matter how long a battle was, a martial artist wouldn't overdraw their physical strength. This was one of the reasons why the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was so formidable. Now my body doesn't need the skills within the Celestial Tyrant Manual to reach 20 billion jins. This is the same as the strength of twin dragons. Lin Ming felt that just making gestures with his hand could affect the momentum of the world. Astral essence flooded his body like a surging sea, his supernatural strength gushing like a tide. Besides being able to draw support from the momentum of the world, Lin Ming's mortal body had also become far more intense. The heavenly Tao true meaning of the heavenly retribution Tao palace had fused into his flesh and blood. His body had become terrifying to an amazing degree and his strength had rapidly risen. As he opened his eyes, purple lightning flashed in his pupils. His current strength and aura were extraordinary. Big Brother Lin, did you already break into the heavenly retribution Tao palace? Amazing. As Lin Ming landed on the largest ancient bronze coffin, Xiao Moxian didn't know why but she felt a hint of inexplicable sadness. Just then when she watched Lin Ming attack the heavenly retribution Tao palace, his body had cracked open and was being torn apart, but she actually wasn't able to help at all. This made her feel something that she couldn't define with words. Moreover, Lin Ming had spent these last 30 years working wholeheartedly towards breaking into the heavenly retribution Tao palace. He had paid many prices, and Xiao Moxian had seen all of this occur with her own eyes. In the Azura Road, Lin Ming had no one backing him and no large influence supporting him. All of the materials and resources he needed were things that he struggled for a little at a time. At the Divine Rune City auction, everyone had seen Lin Ming's blinding halo and had seen him use his exquisite divine runic symbols to suppress the crowd and had even played with Shadow Overflow and the other dark divine runic masters in the palm of his hand. But which one of them had seen Lin Ming spend years in his divine runic room in order to draw up divine runic symbols? He had not rested for days at a time, exhausted the strength of his divine soul without end and even relied on the divine mist heart mantra and soul recovery symbols to restore his soul force and continue. He had worked without rest, and oftentimes he would collapse on the ground, his face pale and his eyes bloodshot. All of that work had finally paid off in today's accomplishment. Everyone guessed that Lin Ming had some secret on his body, and Xiao Moxian also faintly knew what Lin Ming's secret was. But, if someone thought that just relying on this secret would have allowed Lin Ming to arrive where they were, they would be utterly mistaken. The reason Lin Ming was able to stand where he was today was because his mentality and iron will played a great role. At this time, Lin Ming could be said to be mind-linked with Xiao Moxian. He could vaguely feel just what Xiao Moxian was thinking. He moved forwards, gently cupping her cheek in his palm as he said, "For me to come this far, I'm already very lucky. After this final trial ends, I must return to the divine realm to face the great calamity of humanity. The road I need to walk is still long. As must I." Xiao Moxian took a deep shuddering breath. The solemn road before her, the calamity of humanity, there were many things she had to face. Not only did she need to face the saint race but also those that might already have turned towards the saint race, the monster race and her grandfather. If this was before, Xiao Moxian would have felt it impossible to resist the decision of her people. But now a deep fighting spirit had ignited in her mind. Only by being powerful would she have the ability to argue with her race and face the great calamity. Moreover, as Lin Ming continued to grow stronger, Xiao Moxian had to hasten her pace and follow him. She would not allow herself to be cast off by him. She would definitely complete her 9 nirvanas. When Lin Ming broke into the heavenly retribution Tao palace, his body obtained endless benefits. Even just sitting down, he could feel the blood within him surging like a river. There was also a great deal of majestic starlight that had yet to be absorbed. Even some of the medicinal efficacy of the ravenous wolf heaven pill and nameless ancient pill still remained in his blood and marrow. This made it so that every time he breathed, misty white air would spray out from his nose, filling the air around him with clouds of medicinal fragrance. There is still a great deal of energy within me that hasn't been digested. Although I broke into the second Tao palace, I have less than 20 years from the final trial beginning. I absolutely cannot be negligent in my preparations. This Azura Road world is vast and boundless and there are countless geniuses and powerhouses here, yet, when they enter the final trial they all fail. In the last 100 million years, the highest completion percentage has only been slightly more than 80 and there are also many chosen prides of heaven that perish in the final trial. Lin Ming didn't underestimate the final trial. This would be the most important battle he would face in the Azura Road and he had to make sure all his preparations were complete. Then I'll use this period of time to borrow the spiritual strengths within the forsaken mortal tomb to make another breakthrough. Lin Ming thought to himself. During this breakthrough into the heavenly retribution Tao palace, Lin Ming had come perfectly prepared for all situations. Thus, the difficulty he encountered was far less than when he tried to break into the first Dao Palace. The final trial of the Azura Road could be imagined to have many uncertainties and dangers. From this moment on, he would need to do his best to prepare yet again. Xiana, I want to attack the late Divine Lord realm here. Lin Ming said to Xiao Moxian, his eyes sparkling. Xiao Moxian's eyes curved up and a smirk appeared on her face. The final trial will arrive in 12+ years. You can calmly cultivate here. As for me, I won't be idling around either. I will cultivate together with you. I'll make sure that you won't be able to leave me behind that much. Good, then let's do this together. Lin Ming looked at the animated Xiao Moxian, his eyes following her slim and graceful figure as he smiled. Time passed. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian spent their time cultivating together in this mysterious danger zone. The two were both extremely proud children of heaven. As their bodies twined together, a misty brilliance emerged from them. Lin Ming's true dragon aura wove together with Xiao Moxian's dark phoenix aura, soaring into the skies. A resonant dragon's howl, a clear phoenix's cry, an aura filled with thunder and fire spread out in all directions, dispersing all shadows. As the two of them dual cultivated longer and longer, the true dragon phantom and dark phoenix phantom in the skies became increasingly realistic. One dragon, one phoenix, they were like the sun and the moon, brilliant and lustrous. Countless dazzling and mystical runes overflowed from their bodies, revolving in wild waves around the two. In the forsaken mortal tomb, days of cultivating were incomparably long. As Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian dual cultivated year after year, the auspicious power of their dragon and phoenix became even more formidable. 3 years later, all of the medicinal efficacy within Lin Ming's body, as well as the starlight glory he harvested after breaking through the heavenly retribution Dao Palace, was completely fused into him. His body seemed to have returned to its origin, without leaking out even the tiniest amount of strength. As for the strength accumulated in his body, it had reached a terrifying degree. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes turned towards the death energy around him and the residual will around the ancient bronze coffin. Essence energy of the heavens and earth, come unto my body. Lin Ming flicked his finger and shot out a grey rune. The air shook as strange ripples appeared in space. Suddenly wisps of the black turtle death energy began flooding his body. This was a rune of the myriad demon karmic wheel. The myriad demon karmic wheel could absorb the remnant souls of devils. When Tian Mingzi died in the past, his soul had been sucked into the myriad demon karmic wheel. This time, the myriad demon karmic wheel was absorbing the spiritual energy that filled the entirety of the forsaken mortal tomb. It was simply too wonderful. When Lin Ming cultivated by himself, he would bring out the myriad demon karmic wheel and begin swallowing and refining the black turtle death energy and the residual wills that exuded from the ancient bronze coffins. These residual wills were all muddled and without sense of self. If Lin Ming didn't have an extremely sharp perception, he simply wouldn't have been able to realize this power existed. As wisps of residual will from the forsaken mortals fell onto the myriad demon karmic wheel that was formed by the Azura heavenly Dao laws, they were like soldiers meeting a general, immediately becoming calm and docile. The black turtle death energy and the phantoms of gold-armored giants floated in the air. Slowly, Lin Ming absorbed them into the myriad demon karmic wheel, refining them into the purest form of energy that constantly filled Lin Ming's body. There was far too much energy within the forsaken mortal tomb. Lin Ming was only able to absorb an extremely limited amount of it. But after accumulating this energy again and again every day, it brought about amazing changes to Lin Ming's body. These changes were an accumulation of quantity that led to a qualitative change. Without noticing it, Lin Ming's inner world was flooded to the limit with energy. Lin Ming's cultivation was already taking great steps towards entering the late Divine Lord realm. Chapter 1666, Late Divine Lord. Chapter 1666, Late Divine Lord. Spring passed to fall and then back again. Within this forsaken mortal tomb, Lin Ming constantly cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. Lin Ming's hair continued to grow and whenever it was too long Xiao Moxian would cut it for him. For these 5 years, Xiao Moxian hadn't cut her hair at all. Because her hair wasn't short to begin with, the current Xiao Moxian's hair looked like a black waterfall that fell to her ankles, blooming like a rose. Lin Ming sat in meditation, faint traces of the Azura heavenly Tao laws continuously spinning around his body like countless threads of black silk. Moreover, these black silk threads were twined together with the strange runes from the ancient bronze coffin. Through analyzing these, one could comprehend the true meaning of those mysterious runes. Another 3 years passed. 8 years later, with Lin Ming's effort, the energy within his body became increasingly rich. Just by simply sitting on the ancient bronze coffin, his entire body emitting a brilliance like a divine Buddha. Countless runes appeared on his skin, shimmering into existence within his flesh and blood. They floated in the void, automatically absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. The true meaning of the ancient bronze coffin's runes unexpectedly appeared in the void around him. Their essence had already been comprehended by him. These are runes derived from the Azura heavenly Tao. With these runes on the ancient bronze coffins, they are able to form massive spirit-gathering arrays and swallow the essence energy from the heavens and earth to constantly nourish whatever it is that lies within these ancient coffins. If these runes were to fuse into my flesh and blood, then during battle they would automatically absorb the essence energy of the world on their own. Even if the speed isn't too fast, there are actually endless advantages to them. As Lin Ming spoke to himself, he formed seal after seal. 12 years later. On this day, Lin Ming could clearly feel something change within him. His heart beat like a drum, every beat like a bolt of thunder, every beat causing the earth to quake along with his heart. With a thought, a plain-looking pill flew into Lin Ming's palm. This pill was the nameless ancient pill that Lin Ming had won at the Divine Rune City auction. Before, only a tiny bit of the essence energy from this pill had been absorbed by Lin Ming. 90% of its medicinal strength still remained. Lin Ming directly swallowed down this nameless ancient pill. Then, a deep and robust strength broke into his inner world. The current Lin Ming was far stronger than he was in the past. After subduing the ravenous wolf star and opening the heavenly retribution Tao Palace, even the swelling stormy strength of the nameless ancient pill was unable to shake the root of Lin Ming's foundation. By borrowing this strength and all the accumulations he made during the last 12 years, Lin Ming finally began his breakthrough into the late Divine Lord realm. There was a loud rumbling sound in his dantian and a wisp of deep blue spiritual strength appeared, wrapped with mysterious runes and filled with an immense aura that brimmed over with vitality. Waves of spiritual strength, death energy, and the power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws began to wildly attack the borders of Lin Ming's inner world. The purple temple Tao Palace appeared and waves of astral power impacted the world with tens of billions of jins of force. As all of this strength attacked the inner world, mountains were shattered and created, rivers were broken and formed. Ka. Thunder recklessly cast down and flames swept through the skies. The heretical god tree floated high in the air, sending out peals of tyrannical thunder, frantically expanding the boundaries of the inner world. Wherever this strength went, space would explode into pieces. However, this terrifying annihilating power of thunder and fire hid a shuddering vitality within it. Following the destructive paths of the thunder and fire, a faint bright green color would appear in the world. Through all these various strengths, the small world began to grow with marvelous changes occurring everywhere. A strange and misty life force spread throughout, becoming increasingly vibrant. Such a change continued for over 2 months. Then, light began shooting out from Lin Ming's pores. The evolution of his inner world was reaching its finale and the medicinal efficacy of the nameless ancient pill had also been fully absorbed by him. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. However, in the next moment, all of it was restrained, completely vanishing from the senses. Even Xiao Moxian, who was looking at Lin Ming, couldn't feel his existence. Lin Ming's aura seemed to have completely melted and fused into the world surrounding him. The small world within his body also developed a strange connection to the outside. The reason such a change occurred was that Lin Ming had finally broken into the late Divine Lord realm. But more than that, it was because he had already opened the heavenly retribution Tao Palace, allowing his body to commune with the heavens and earth, achieving a state of becoming one with the world. Big Brother Lin, you finally reached the late Divine Lord realm. The next boundary is a half-step Holy Lord and then the Holy Lord realm. After Big Brother Lin reaches the Holy Lord realm, I have no idea what your strength will be like. I even wonder if you'll have a chance of surviving in the presence of an Empyrean, Xiao Moxian hopefully whispered. Empyrean? Lin Ming shook his head. An Empyrean is far too strong. Even if I am at the Holy Lord realm, I doubt I will be able to compare to even the weakest of Empyreans. Just the Great World King boundary is an enormous span. If I want to cross two large boundaries to challenge someone, I don't think that is possible at all. Before this, Lin Ming had often been able to jump two large boundaries to fight. But this had basically been the Divine Sea realm against the Divine Lord realm, or Divine Transformation realm against the Holy Lord realm. However, the boundary that separated a Great World King and an Empyrean was far too large. And those that managed to reach that realm were all outstanding existences. During their youth, they too were able to jump ranks to fight. If Lin Ming wanted to jump past two boundaries to fight characters like these, that would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Fighting an Empyrean is a bit too exaggerated, but when you complete the final trial, your strength will further increase yet again. At that time, no one will be able to predict just where the limits of your strength are. Final trial, perhaps it might not be so simple. Lin Ming shook his head. He wasn't able to predict just what completion percentage he would obtain after the final trial ended. It's not a good time for us to leave here yet. My late Divine Lord Foundation is unstable and there is still a limitless amount of black turtle death energy and all sorts of strengths here. We can take this spiritual strength as food to consolidate both our late Divine Lord cultivations and stabilize our inner worlds. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry to leave. He still had several years before the final trial would begin. Before that, he still had to draw up a batch of divine runic symbols to use so that he would have additional trump cards when facing the dangers in the final trial. During these next several years he had to consolidate his cultivation and steadily stand in the late Divine Lord realm. As for Xiao Moxian, she also needed to cultivate so that she could attempt to reach the peak of the late Divine Lord realm. What Lin Ming didn't know was that during this period of seclusion, a considerable event was occurring in the Azura Road. On one day, a blue phoenix appeared in the skies above the central province of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. This was a true phoenix god beast with a pure bloodline. And on this phoenix's back was a mysterious woman wrapped in an icy blue dress. This woman's face was covered with gauze. As she stood there she seemed lofty and proud, someone that renounced the world and took solace in herself. As she appeared she attracted the attention of many people, and finally, she even alarmed the divine sovereign of the Divine Void Divine Kingdom, Soul Emperor Divine Void. Soul Emperor Divine Void had already reached the true divinity realm. Even so, he intentionally left seclusion to personally meet this blue-clothed woman. Chapter 1667, Soul Empress Sheng Mai. Chapter 1667, Soul Empress Sheng Mai. In an endless sea of clouds, a deep blue palace floated. This palace was like a crystal sculpture and its walls were inlaid with rows of soul crystals. These soul crystals were similar to 9 sun jades in value. To the spiriters, they were extremely luxurious cultivation goods. But now, just on the outer walls of this palace, there were tens of thousands of them. Just by walking in this soul crystal palace, one could feel a rich soul origin energy spreading out in all directions. Even if a mortal with no martial talent were to live here, they would slowly be nourished by the energy of the soul crystals and transform into someone with an incredible soul force. Their thoughts would be quick, their memory photographic, and their words wise. At this time, within this soul palace, there was another world. This world wasn't solemn and dignified, but a lush green paradise with spirit trees wildly growing everywhere and with flowers in full bloom. Rivers of water fell down celestial mountains in waterfalls, like hundreds of thousands of threads of white silk. Even spiritual birds and beasts flew through the air and ran on the ground, their calls delightful to the ears. In a peach garden within this paradise, a blue-clothed woman stepped on the wind. Beside her was a blue phoenix. This blue phoenix had already shrunk to 100 feet long and its entire body burned with blue flames. One didn't feel a burning heat from these flames. Rather, as one approached it, they would feel their soul freezing. This sort of blue flame was called deep blue ice flames, a terrifying fire no weaker than Xiao Morshian's nirvanic flames. They were flames exclusive to the phoenix race. Nirvanic flames were possessed by the fire phoenixes, whereas deep blue ice flames were possessed by the ice phoenixes. This deep blue ice flame was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, this blue phoenix was nearly grown up and its bloodline was part of the phoenix race's royalty. If a martial artist were to approach the flames on its body, their body would be frozen into an ice sculpture by the terrifying cold even as their soul was burned by the flames and turned to ashes. As this floating blue-clothed woman stepped into this otherworldly paradise, for young beautiful girls wearing veils and standing gracefully bowed to her. These young girls didn't know the status of this blue-clothed woman, but if Soul Emperor Divine Void were to personally welcome her in Divine Void Heavenly Palace, then her status could be imagined. Many maids in Divine Void Heavenly Palace were secretly speculating on who this blue-clothed woman was. Many of them believed that someone who was taken so seriously by Soul Emperor Divine Void might have the chance of being a true divinity-level existence. However, within the entire Azura Road, Spiritas' true divinities were unfathomably rare. Moreover, these rare people only included a few amongst their numbers. And, if one looked beyond Soul Emperor Divine Void, all of the other characters were nothing more than legends. Some of these people had legends tracing back 1 billion years, and now these people had likely died. Not just that, but even their legends were unreliable. It was unknown whether these people were truly true divinities or not. But, as everyone considered all the legends they knew of every single Spiritas' true divinity to exist, none of them matched this blue-clothed woman. This woman resembled someone that was 17 or 18 years old. It was hard to imagine that someone so youthful could be a true divinity. Walking alone, all maids within Divine Void Heavenly Palace fell to their knees. Among these people there were even high-level figures of Divine Void Heavenly Palace. But, even great world king powerhouses had to bow before this woman. This woman, just who is she? After this blue-clothed woman walked past, the Vice Internal Affairs Envoy of Divine Void Heavenly Palace asked with a sound transmission. I have no idea, she might be a true divinity, right? At the very least she should be an extreme Empyrean. Impossible. I could feel that she is only at the early Empyrean realm. The only possibility is if she is hiding her cultivation and only then would she have the chance of being at the true divinity realm. But, I don't think a true divinity would do something so boring as hiding their cultivation in front of us. Although the blue-clothed woman had a mysterious status, she didn't hide her soul see. It wasn't difficult for those at the World King realm or above to see her cultivation boundary. But this boundary of just barely having entered the Empyrean realm, that left everyone puzzled. How could a low-level Empyrean possibly receive such a courteous reception from Soul Emperor Divine Void? As everyone was discussing with sound transmissions, the blue-clothed woman continued forwards. The entire ground was covered with a spring that shined like diamonds. Water trickled out and flowers bloomed. The blue-clothed woman went straight to the deepest parts of the palace. Here, a white-clothed middle-aged man was already waiting. This man was handsome, with skin as fair as gems. He wore his hair up and adorned with a star crown. His eyebrows were smooth and gentle and his hands were slender and filled with power. All of the energy within him was gathered tight without any being leaked out. From appearances, he seemed like a poor scholar of the mortal world. However, with every step he took, every flower and tree in this world, all the birds and spirit beasts would look towards this man with awe in their eyes as if they saw their own sovereign king. Wherever this man went, flowers would bend over, birds would land, and spirit beasts would kneel. This man was the master of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, and within the Azura Road, disregarding the legendary existences that may or may not exist, he was the sole Spiritas' true divinity supreme elder known by all. Because of this he was titled the sole emperor of the Azura Road. This meant that he was the #1 existence amongst all Spiritas that lived in the Azura Road. Sheng Mai. The man turned around, looking at the blue-clothed woman moving slowly towards him. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light. "It seems your grand reincarnation art has already reached the 6th revolution. As long as you have enough time, you'll reach perfection of the 6th revolution sooner or later." The blue-clothed woman remained silent. Sheng Mai was her name, but she also had a title, that was Soul Empress Sheng Mai. However, Soul Empress Sheng Mai did not come from the Azura Road, but came from the 33 heavens. 6 revolutions isn't difficult. What is difficult is the final 3 revolutions, the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Sheng Mai's voice was calm and her expression placid. "Haha. 6 revolutions isn't difficult." The man shook his head as he laughed. "Only you would dare to say such words. Once you complete your 9 revolutions and your deep blue ice phoenix completes its 9 nirvanas, I fear that within the great heavens and earth, there won't be a single person that can hinder your step." Soul Emperor Divine Void gave Sheng Mai an incredibly high evaluation. However, Sheng Mai only lightly sighed, as if there was some knot she couldn't untie in her heart. She didn't reveal any joy at the grand future that Soul Emperor Divine Void painted for her. Soul Emperor Divine Void's heart moved and he seemed to realize something. He hesitated for a moment and then said with a gentle cajoling tone, "Sheng Mai, I've never understood something. With your talent and ability, why do you place yourself under the yoke of that person, helping that old geezer who has already lived for several hundreds of millions of years? You can absolutely establish your own sect. If you and I join together, then by relying on our strength, ruling over the entire 33 heavens won't be difficult at all." Soul Emperor Divine Void had great ambitions. This wasn't the first time that he had said such words to Soul Empress Sheng Mai. Towards Soul Empress Sheng Mai he felt a great deal of admiration and respect. There was even adoration and desire. When Soul Emperor Divine Void was young he had indulged in his carnal nature before. But after stepping into the true divinity realm, there was no woman that was able to enter his eyes. Right now, within his harem, there was not a single person left. If there was a person that could draw the admiration of someone as proud and arrogant as Soul Emperor Divine Void, that person's perfection and magnificence could be imagined. However, in front of Sheng Mai, Soul Emperor Divine Void had never revealed any of this to her. He was well aware that wanting to pursue Soul Empress Sheng Mai was impossibility difficult. She was someone whose heart was higher than the heavens, and wanting to intrude on her life wasn't easy. Even the old geezer who Soul Emperor Divine Void referred to was only someone that Sheng Mai assisted. They were in no way dual cultivation companions. It was just that Soul Emperor Divine Void was confused this entire time. Why was someone so proud like Soul Empress Sheng Mai assisting some old fellow who was over 100 times older than she was? "I need 3 spots," Sheng Mai suddenly said. The reason she came to Divine Void Heavenly Palace this time was for these 3 spots. Spots for the final trial? Although these spots are precious, to me, giving away a few isn't difficult at all. If you ask, then let alone 3, I can even give you 10. The only thing I don't like is that after you increase your strength, you will still desperately work for that old thing. Soul Emperor Divine Void's voice was indifferent. In such a scene, anyone else would have felt uncomfortable. Sheng Mai was silent for a moment. After several breaths of time, she emotionlessly said, "Even without you, I can still obtain spots for the final trial. It would only be much more difficult. For these 3 spots, I can provide you with adequate rewards. If you still refuse, then I can only bid my farewells." Even if Sheng Mai needed help, her tone still wouldn't be that of defeat. Soul Emperor Divine Void reluctantly shook his head, saying, "Fine, then there's nothing I can do. 3 spots, I'll give them to you. Are these 3 spots to help you prepare for the completion of the 6th revolution?" "Yes." Sheng Mai's cultivation method, the grand reincarnation art, was unique and special. Every revolution of the grand reincarnation art was to live a new life, starting from 0. After reincarnating, her cultivation boundary would drop by several large realms. Then, she would have to recultivate. This sort of cultivation method could not be practiced unless one was a peerless genius. It required that one have a cultivation speed at least 10 times that of an ordinary genius. Otherwise, if one's cultivation speed couldn't keep up, there would be a situation in which their boundary would actually drop lower overall. If you can complete the sixth revolution, then your talent, foundation, and accumulation of laws will reach an unimaginable boundary. In the past, you created a record with an 83% completion rate, even surpassing the saint race's good fortune saint Sun, Wumor, and becoming the highest completion percent that the entire 33 Heavens and Azura Road have seen in the last 100 million years. This time, I fear you will shatter your own record. Perhaps, you can achieve 90%. Soul Emperor Divine Void smiled, shaking his head. Every time Soul Empress Shungmai reincarnated, her talent would gather and increase. This sort of freakish cultivation method originated from only the heavens knew where. Perhaps even the Azura Road Master hadn't anticipated such a situation when he created the final trial. Soul Emperor Divine Void had some faint speculations on where this grand reincarnation art came from, but he couldn't confirm his suspicions. 90. Shungmai's eyebrows shot up. She calmly shook her head. How could I achieve 90% completion? That is a number that only exists in legends. Let alone the sixth revolution, I doubt I will achieve that even at the seventh revolution. I suspect that ever since the Azura Road smelting trial appeared, no one has ever managed to break through this number 90. My goal this time is only 85 or 86%. Shungmai's tone was bleak and indifferent. Soul Emperor Divine Void gently chuckled. Even an 85% completion rate is unprecedented. There is no one that can match you in the past and no one that will surpass you in the future. Chapter 1668, Lin Ming leaves seclusion. Chapter 1668, Lin Ming leaves seclusion. When it came to information about the completion percentages of the Azura Road's final trial, because it had existed since time immemorial and countless people had participated, the ordinary martial artists of the Azura Road didn't know the best results of the final trial over the years. But Soul Emperor Divine Void knew. He even had detailed information on the best trial challengers that participated in the last billion years. Out of all these people, those that achieved 80% or above only totaled a mere 10. This included the good fortune Saint Sun and Soul Empress Shungmai. As for an 85% completion rate, that had never occurred before. Thus, this was why Soul Emperor Divine Void had said there is no one that can match you in the past and no one that will surpass you in the future, when it came to describing Shungmai's potential result. Shungmai only shook her head, saying, 6 billion years ago, in the great calamity of that samsara, that also symbolized the beginning of a new era. Whenever these times come, heroes will pour forth from the world and there will be those that undergo trials and surpass all results of the ancient past. It could even be said that in the next 100 years or 1,000 years there will be several geniuses that will surpass 80%. If so, then those heroes that rise during this inexorably new era will surely not disappoint. Soul Empress Shungmai's tone was calm, but her words carried with them a world-dominating aura. Her heart was higher than the heavens and she feared no rivals or competition. Rather, what she hoped for was a great world in which heroes emerged from all over. Only on this grand stage where she competed with numerous proud children of heaven would she have the chance to break past her limits and achieve the ultimate goal of her dreams. News about a blue-clothed woman riding a phoenix into Divine Void Divine Kingdom soon spread throughout the entirety of the Azura Road. An ice phoenix god beast was not something to pay particular attention to. The key issue here was that Soul Emperor Divine Void had personally come out of seclusion to greet her. When they left the depths of Divine Void Heavenly Palace, there was also no division between who left first and second. This sort of feeling was like Soul Emperor Divine Void placed this young blue-clothed woman on an equal pedestal with himself. Like this, there were countless people that tried to guess this blue-clothed woman's status. This blue-clothed woman wasn't purposefully trying to remain mysterious. After appearing in front of others several times, her identity was finally recognized. Although the young woman cultivated the grand reincarnation art, every time she reincarnated her looks would be the same, only seeming younger and more perfect. And the last time she attended the smelting trial, there were many people who had witnessed the beginning and end of the grand event, and she had left an extremely deep impression on these people. In the last 100 million years of the Azura Road final trial, only 2 people had surpassed an 80% completion rate. The Good Fortune Saint Sun was one with an 81% completion rate, and the other was Sheng Mai, with an even more exaggerated 83% completion rate. Compared to the Good Fortune Saint Sun, Sheng Mai was an even more mystical existence. No one expected that many years later she would reappear in the Azura Road. Moreover, Soul Emperor Divine Void would personally come out to receive her, and do so with utter respect and courtesy. This left many people confused. According to any logic, no matter how talented this young spiritus woman was, no one could say with absolute certainty that she would become a true divinity in the future. After all, as a genius grew, they would always experience accidents. And Soul Emperor Divine Void was already a true divinity-level powerhouse. Why would he consider a young genius as someone on equal standing as him? To say that this was because the young spiritus woman's background was extremely prominent and famous wasn't a good enough explanation, because Soul Emperor Divine Void came from the peak of prominence already. Did this young spiritus woman have a special physique, or was she someone blessed by destiny and ordained for some higher role in the future? Many people made guesses all over the place, but no matter what speculations they had, they were sure of one thing. This was that the talent of this young spiritus woman was horrifying, far more horrifying than they could imagine. The appearance of this young spiritus woman was also easily connected to the upcoming opening of the final trial. Was she actually thinking of entering the final trial a second time? In everyone's opinion, although the final trial wasn't limited to just one attempt, the rewards offered at the end would only be given once to that percentage of completion. For instance, someone that had an 80% completion would obtain the 80% completion reward. If they attempted the final trial again and obtained 80% again, they would receive no rewards. They would only receive another reward if they completed 81%. As to what degree of the final trial one could complete, that mainly looked at one's talent. The rules of the final trial were even more favorable to juniors. Generally speaking, one only needed to participate once to know the result they would receive at any time in the future. Only if they had an amazingly massive lucky chance or their cultivation talent shot up rapidly would this change. Otherwise, no matter how many times they entered, their completion percentage would essentially stay the same. For this reason, who would waste a quota spot that had been obtained through people experiencing countless dangers and risking their lives? Who would be willing to do such a thankless thing? Everyone had their own ideas. But as time passed, talk about this mysterious young spiritus woman slowed down. The seasons changed and time passed. 2 years later, the greatest and most famous mystic realm in the entire Azura Road, the one with the best treasures, was finally about to open. Within the inner Azura Road, this was a vastly important matter. Qualifications to enter the final trial were not easy to obtain. Every qualification spot required one to collect a massive number of rare and precious god runes. When the mystic realm opened, there were normally only several hundred qualifications in the entire inner Azura Road. And there were several hundred Empyrean-level influences in the inner Azura Road. Of these influences, some of them had multiple qualification spots. This meant that there were many Empyrean-level influences that weren't even able to obtain the qualifications. As the day for the opening of the final trial approached, the entire inner Azura Road was roused into a zealous fervor. At this time, deep within the Great Desolate, a dark and primal mountain suddenly began rumbling. The rocks cracked and the earth trembled. A black palace tore through the mountain, ripping through space and shooting out like a meteor. In the nearby mountain valleys, dozens of coiling ridge giants stood up. They were hundreds of feet tall and grasped giant tridents. These coiling ridge giants were shocked by the sudden explosion. As they turned their heads, they saw the Black Palace racing forwards like a comet out of the forbidden zone they guarded. Without a doubt, this action touched upon their reverse scale. All of them wildly shouted out and crazily gave chase. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Over 10 giants threw their weapons. These weapons were millions of jinns heavy. With a terrifying strength poured into them, these weapons were streaks of blazing light as they crashed into the Black Palace. But in the moment of impact, a barrier lit up around the Black Palace, blocking all the attacks. The Black Palace shook. Beneath the massive impact force, it raced forwards even faster. In the blink of an eye it vanished into the horizon, leaving the dozens of giants running after it, roaring. However, the Black Palace opened the distance between them more and more. This Black Palace was Primordius' heavenly palace. After secluding himself for over 10 years, Lin Ming finally exited the forsaken mortal tomb. Currently, his present strength was incomparable to that of the past. Now that he left seclusion, he had one goal, that was the final trial. Primordius' heavenly palace cut through the skies of the Great Desolate, turning to the direction of the transmission array to the inner Azura Road and rapidly flying towards it. Chapter 1669, Azura Sea. Chapter 1669, Azura Sea. Deep within the inner Azura Road, there was a vast and endless sea called the Azura Sea. The Azura Sea was connected to all large bodies of water within the Azura Road. It was incomparably large, unfathomably deep. Even if a star were to sink into the Azura Sea, it would be completely submerged in the waters. This terrifying sea had sea beasts and dangerous fish that reached unbelievable sizes. Even Empyrean-level powerhouses weren't willing to fly deep into the Azura Sea, lest they meet these terrifying sea creatures. However, in these past few days, this Azura Sea that people rarely visited was actually becoming increasingly lively. From time to time there would be high-level martial artists flying across the sea. Sometimes there would be giant troops appearing and disappearing. All of this was because the final trial's mystic realm was located atop the Azura Sea. The final trial could be called the most important part of the Azura Road world. Some people even believed that when the Azura Road Master created the Azura Road in the past, it was to develop a foundation for the final trial to continue his inheritance. But no matter whether or not these stories were reliable or what the truth was, it was without doubt that the final trial was the grandest event in the entire Azura Road. All the various influences in the Azura Road certainly wouldn't miss out on such a grand event. If an influence had a disciple participating in the final trial, they would certainly come to closely watch the results. Even for influences that didn't have any disciples participating, they would still come to gather information on their enemies' disciples or their allies' disciples and how they grew. Beyond that, there were many curious individuals that came to join in on the fun. This grand event gathered all sorts of heroic individuals. With such a great scene, who would miss out on it? At this time, at the border area of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, there was a massive sect that occupied vast swathes of land. This sect's buildings were grand and magnificent, and at the mountain entrances, dozens of great array formations were laid down. If Lin Ming were here, then even under his high standards he would still judge these as top array formations. Once these array formations were activated together and under the management of a top powerhouse, even several Empyreans working together would find it difficult to break through. For a sect to have such grand array formations, their background should be deep and there should be many young elites pouring forth from their ranks. However, the truth was the opposite. This sect was sparsely populated and didn't seem to have any life to it at all. The array formations around the mountains remained unopened and unused, doing nothing but gathering dust. This was because although these array formations were incomparably powerful, they used up too many energy stones far too quickly. The sect simply wasn't able to keep up the supply of energy stones, thus these array formations only served as decorations now. Without a doubt, this was a sect that had once been glorious beyond comparison, but was now in steep decline. At this time, in a grand hall of the sect, a black-clothed man and green-clothed girl were kneeling on the ground. Standing in front of the two of them was an old man with thick white hair and beard. Moonpond, Soulsky, the two of you are the final hopes of our divine mist holy land. Ever since Empyrean divine mist went missing, our sect has had to withstand the other influences nibbling away at us, and now we are no longer as radiant as we were in the past. In order to train you too, the sect could be said to have given all of our resources. This time, Master has also paid a great price to obtain 2 spots in the final trial for you both. I only hope that you will not disappoint the sect. This old man's face was covered with wrinkles. His body was old and bent and his fires of life were as frail as a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. This old man was in the final years of his life. Looking at this dying old man, No one would imagine that he was once just a tiny bit away from becoming an Empyrean. In the past, he followed Empyrean divine mist to adventure through the world and wage war with their enemies. In the entire inner Azura Road, his name had been earth-shaking and people panicked in his presence. But after Empyrean divine mist went missing, he had been tricked and wounded by his enemies, and now he ended up in this state. The two youths remained kneeling. Although they didn't speak, their eyes showed their determination. Go then, my children. Although Empyrean divine mist might have perished in the past, the heavens have not abandoned my divine mist holy lands. For Master to run into you two in the final 1,000 years of my life, that is my fortune. You two are the last remaining wealth of the divine mist holy lands. Now, my only wish is that you two can become Empyreans in the future and allow my divine mist holy lands to be restored to its former glory. The old man's voice was bleak and lonely, making the souls of those who listened to him tremble. Behind him stood a towering black stone statue. This statue's appearance was shaped exactly like Empyrean divine mists in tragic Death Valley. The statue's eyes stared off into the far distance, its eyes filled with awe and indifference. At the same time, in the bordering Divine Void Divine Kingdom, it was a completely different scene. Within Divine Void Heavenly Palace, in a starry world, Soul Emperor Divine Void floated high in the skies, his clothes white like snow. His entire body emitted the light of laws. With just a wave of his hand or a step of his foot, space twisted and churned. In front of him, innumerable young elites knelt on the ground, lined up in rows. These kneeling disciples extended all the way backwards, and looking to the far end, one could see that there were hundreds of thousands of people. But at the front of these hundreds of thousands of disciples were 10 martial artists kneeling side by side. These 10 individuals had cultivations ranging from the late Divine Lord realm to the ordinary World King realm. They were outstanding figures chosen from all of these disciples and elected to enter the final trial on behalf of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. You are all outstanding elites of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. I want all of you to reach at least 70%. Out of all the different influences participating, I want you all to be first. This deep and dreadful voice echoed through this world, even causing the stars in the sky to tremble. In front of Soul Emperor Divine Void, all of the disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom knelt downwards. And behind them there were 7 tall figures. These figures were all wrapped in cloaks, their bodies overflowing with terrifying fluctuations of laws. These 7 people all had Empyrean realm cultivations. 7 Empyreans. They were all the rulers of Divine Void Divine Kingdom's 7 provinces. Divine Void Divine Kingdom was undoubtedly the #1 spirit's influence in the entire inner Azura Road. But this didn't mean that there was no opponent that could match them. The rival of Divine Void Divine Kingdom was also a true divinity holy land, one of the saint race, Heaven Union Divine Kingdom. Within the inner Azura Road, 1 saint true divinity influence and 1 spirit's true divinity influence, the 2 of them represented the ultimate strength of their respective races. Their struggles and rivalry were in a sense the struggle between the saints and spiriters. You have one opponent, and that is Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Within Heaven Union Divine Kingdom, Divine Sovereign Heaven Union also personally mobilized his disciples. His figure was concealed in the dim void and it was impossible to make out his appearance. All anyone saw was a figure that stood high like an iron tower. The final trial is under the gaze of all people, but no matter how many heroes converge at the Azura Sea, their eyes will focus on us and Divine Void Divine Kingdom. During this final trial we must become the focal point of everyone's attention. You must not disgrace me. Suppress Divine Void Divine Kingdom and allow the saints to be proud and prosper. If so, then all of you shall be generously rewarded. Otherwise, if you fail me, then you must sit in confinement for 100 years. Divine Sovereign Heaven Union's voice was vibrant and powerful, echoing through the starry skies. As influences from all over set out towards the Azura Sea, the day for the opening of the final trial finally approached. Rumble, rumble. Just as the sun was dawning and the sky was filled with haze, a loud explosion rang through the entire coastline. On the calm sea surface, whirlpools appeared all over that were thousands of miles wide. A giant long-necked sea beast the size of a mountain shot out from deep within the sea. As this sea beast appeared, it carried with it a ferocious and cruel aura, making all who saw it feel shocked and intimidated. Above the sea beast stood 2 troops of blue-armored warriors. They grasped tridents in their hands that sparkled with electricity, and their expressions were resolute. Between these blue-armored warriors stood a handsome youth with skin as fair as jade. This man was the crown prince of an Empyrean-level influence that dwelled in the Azura Sea, a clan of seafaring people. Countless mermen shot out from the surface of the water, grasping gleaming weapons in their hands. Their momentum was overwhelming and dreadful. Before these people came to a stop, at this moment, a strange howl echoed out from the skies. All they saw was a massive ink-black giant beast descend, as if it had fallen down from the galaxy. Black clouds surrounded its body, and it brought with it an unparalleled deadly aura. Sitting above this pitch-black giant beast was a man with a long scar on his face. This man's eyes were cold and shined with a sharp golden light. It was like this person could shoot out countless swords with just a single glance. From the layer of clouds behind him, 3-headed birds shot out. Each bird had numerous warriors standing guard atop its back. In the blink of an eye, from the waves, a massive golden carriage shot up from the water's surface, pulled by 16 flood dragons. These flood dragons were massive, looking like islands that moved across the sea. Wherever they went, stormy waves would rise up, causing the vast sea to churn. Sitting in this golden carriage was a tall fat person, as round as a mountain of meat. He held a beast leg as thick as a bucket and was gnawing on it. As he ate, he also glanced at the people around him. Black turtles floated on the surface behind this golden carriage, following its path. Tens of thousands of figures stood on these black turtles and were cheering as loudly as they could. Even though these people were all different, all of them were outstanding individuals within the Azura Road. Today, they had all gathered here. Amongst them, some were friends and some were enemies. But no matter who they were, their goal here today was the final trial. Ho ho, it's quite lively. There are so many young heroes here. Suddenly, in the skies above, the white clouds began to change shape, turning into a staircase of white clouds. A rich-looking man stood tall and proud, wearing a crown on his head and dressed in bright yellow robes. Behind him were gaggles of beautifully swaying young women, all of them stepping down the stairway of clouds as they followed the man. With every step this man took, it was like the sea below him resonated with him. The many gathered chosen prides of heaven looked up at this newcomer. Eclipse Palace's Palace Master. This Eclipse Palace Master was a half-step Empyrean. In the past he had killed countless people and was a fierce and ominous figure. But for the last 1,000,000 years, he had been living quietly in seclusion. However, he had decided to come out for this grand event. Afterwards, more and more people arrived. The young master of the 100,000-foot cliff, the proudest son of the Aurora Holy Lands, the head monks of Bountiful Fields Temple, one at a time, high-level figures from the influences that ruled over the Azura Road began to appear in abundance. After all, the qualifications for the Azura Road's final trial were far too important. At this time, on the coast of the Azura Sea, a 100-mile-long observation pavilion had been set up. On this observation pavilion were tides of people, and all of these people were powerhouses that originated from all over the Azura Road. However, many of these people hadn't reached a level of talent that allowed them to compete in the final trial, thus they were only able to look on from a distance. And, there were over 30 of these observation pavilions set along the coast of the Azura Sea. On these observation pavilions, all that gathered were elites of the world. Chapter 1670, The Mystic Realm Opens. Chapter 1670, The Mystic Realm Opens. The Azura Sea surged with crowds of people. In this bustling scene, a small squad of 3 men and 2 women rode in on flying puppets. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were in this squad. Besides Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, the 3 others were Mo Brightmoon and the 2 companions she brought. Just several days ago, Lin Ming and Mo Brightmoon had contacted each other according to the method they had established 50 years ago. Then, together, they rushed over to the Azura Sea. Today's Mo Brightmoon wore a tight, red-colored suit of martial clothing that contrasted with her slender figure. To her side was a man wearing a bamboo hat. This man seemed like a mortal in his 30s. He was stern and grim and his eyes flashed with electricity. He carried a heavy saber on his back that was half the height of a normal person. His aura was collected and his gait was like a leopard in the jungle. Just from looking at him one could tell he was an assassination master that was skilled in concealment. This man's code name was Thousand Slaughter and his cultivation was at the peak of the ordinary world king realm. Like Mo Bright Moon, he was also an assassin. Although his talent wasn't considered to be at the pinnacle, his true combat strength left one bewildered. According to Mo Bright Moon, Thousand Slaughter was definitely someone able to fight 3 martial artists on the same step as him. Just by his rich combat experience and instinct alone, this allowed him to face off 1 against 3. In a sneak attack situation, Thousand Slaughter's combat strength was even higher. His striking power was amazing. The reason that Thousand Slaughter participated in this final trial was to search for a turning point to break into the Great World King realm. A martial artist like Thousand Slaughter usually came from a background of wandering martial artists, or he might have even been a commoner. For these people, they had to struggle for every step as they grew up and their road was far more difficult than that of disciples of other large influences. His road was basically carved at the point of his saber. An incomparably precious chance like being able to participate in the final trial was usually monopolized by the many large influences. It was almost never their chance to participate. Behind Thousand Slaughter was a delicate and feminine-looking man who appeared to be just over 20 years old. He had a stunningly beautiful appearance and his voice was calm and neutral. As one looked at him, it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. This man's name was Fanny Fafa. Although he was a man, he had an extremely rare pure yin physique. This was a cause of envy for many women, because a woman with a pure yin physique would be exceptionally beautiful and they would hold an invisible and magnetic attraction for the opposite sex. Moreover, this physique bestowed upon them a rare cultivation talent. In terms of the joys of the bed, this type of woman was even more outstanding in the world, thus many martial artists dreamed of being able to dual cultivate with a woman that had a pure yin physique. Women with pure yin physiques were already extremely rare, men with pure yin physiques were even rarer. This Fanny Fafa cultivated a pure yin cultivation technique that was biased towards women, so this caused Fanny Fafa to be even more feminine in appearance. Although Fanny Fafa appeared delicate, in a true battle he was even harder to deal with than Thousand Slaughter. His techniques were strange and unpredictable. So many people. Xiao Moxian was stunned by the seas of people she saw. According to what she knew, this final trial was an extremely dangerous and secretive mystic realm with only several dozen people participating. Of those that entered, whether they lived or died would depend on their own destinies. But she never imagined such a grand scene. Of course, this is a grand event of the Azura Road. During every final trial there will be numerous peerless talents emerging from the shadows, so many large influences will send people here to attend the opening ceremonies. If these geniuses that emerge are from large influences then they can gather information on them, but if these geniuses just happen to be wandering martial artists or from small scattered sects, the large influences might be able to win them over. So it's like this. It's no wonder that when the good fortune Saint Sun and the mysterious Spiritus woman completed the final trial and achieved an 80% or higher completion rate, this information passed out so far and wide that even minor characters in the Azura Road know of it. Lin Ming thought out loud. The minor character he spoke of was naturally Soul White. When Lin Ming first learned information about the final trial, it was Soul White who had told him. As Lin Ming was thinking, suddenly, in the distant east, massive 100,000-foot-long beams of light appeared. Looking over there, one could see a marvelous giant divine mountain appear, its upper mountain peak piercing into the sea of clouds. As it sped forwards, it brought about massive rumbling sounds in the air that left the world in turmoil. Wherever it went, massive tsunamis would appear in the sea. On that magnificent divine mountain, there were 1,000,000 silver warriors bathed in strange runes and holding icy cold spears in their hands. These 1,000,000 warriors were tall and strong, their features hidden in the dazzling radiance exuding from the glorious divine mountain. That is, Divine Void Divine Kingdom's boundless divine mountain. It really is boundless divine mountain. What a tremendous display of power. Someone cried out from the sea of martial artists. But everyone knew that the reason Divine Void Divine Kingdom brought forth the boundless Divine Mountain was to be a demonstration of their might. In this momentous event of the Azura Road, Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom were the two main leads. Everyone else couldn't help but feel weakened. Together, the two divine kingdoms would engage in a brutal battle of life or death within the final trial. Boundless Divine Mountain? Lin Ming asked. Beside him, Mo Bright Moon said, "This boundless Divine Mountain is said to be a spirit treasure that has reached the limits of the Empyrean level. After another 1,000,000 years of refining, it might surpass an Empyrean spirit treasure and become a true divinity spirit treasure. This treasure is eternally changing, with 10,000 different variations. It is an offensive and defensive fortress and is said to be Soul Emperor Divine Void's most precious spirit treasure." Soul Emperor Divine Void, Lin Ming thought for a moment. This person was Empyrean Divine Mist's ultimate blood enemy. To become a true divinity-level spirit treasure in 100,000,000 years. Isn't that much better than Big Brother Lin's primordious heavenly palace? Xiao Moxian muttered by Lin Ming's side, her cheeks flushed red. Lin Ming smiled. Soul Emperor Divine Void is, after all, a true divinity. It wouldn't be strange for things he refined to reach the limit of Empyrean spirit treasures. As for Empyrean Primordius, he lacked destiny. If it weren't for the accidents that befell him in the past, he likely would have become a true divinity sooner or later. Lin Ming said. But Xiao Moxian suddenly thought of something else. She chuckled and said, 100,000,000 years to refine a true divinity spirit treasure. He might not have that much time. At that time, who knows who will be refining that boundless divine mountain? What do you think, Big Brother Lin? Xiao Moxian playfully smiled as she spoke, her beautiful face shining with a dazzling brilliance. Luckily, she had spoken to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. If she had spoken out loud, then those around her would have thought her crazy, and if this were known by those from Divine Void Divine Kingdom, then she would have drawn a fatal disaster upon her head. The meaning behind Xiao Moxian's words was something only Lin Ming could understand. In a sense, Soul Emperor Divine Void was Lin Ming's enemy. Xiao Moxian was confident that within 100,000,000 years, Lin Ming would be able to surpass him in strength, and perhaps even kill him. At that time, Boundless Divine Mountain would no longer be refined by Soul Emperor Divine Void, but by Lin Ming. Thus, she had dared to say this. This treasure is actually quite nice. It could be a good substitute for Primordius' heavenly palace. Xiao Moxian said again. Hearing this, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Within the entire inner Azura Road, Soul Emperor Divine Void was like a living god. If the average person saw him, they would keep silent and even fall to their knees beneath the presence of such a higher existence. But Xiao Moxian actually had plans to kill him and steal his treasures. If Soul Emperor Divine Void were to find out that a mere peak late Divine Lord Realm Girl was thinking of killing him and stealing his items, then who knew what expression he would have? As Lin Ming was at a loss for what to say, an inexplicably vast aura emerged from the center of the sea. Rosy clouds appeared like smoke, filling the air with a thick mist that shined with a gorgeous light. These peculiar clouds actually emerged from nowhere in the void. In the skies above, massive swathes black clouds began to gather. These clouds were not ordinary. Rather, they were filled with roiling lightning, and one could clearly see horrifying blue streaks appear within. These black clouds contained the purest thunder souls of the heavens and earth. Space began to surge, just like the sea waves beneath it. Lin Ming was stunned. This sort of change in the heavens and earth faintly felt as if another world was trying to push its way into their own. Could it be that the final trial is about to begin? Lin Ming mumbled to himself, shocked. On the side, Mo Bright Moon was also witnessing the opening of the final trial for the first time. In the past, she had been a low-key person, so when would she have had the time or desire to join the crowds and watch such a momentous event? As the world began to twitch, the people on the observation sea pavilions began to cry out in alarm. In succession, small groups of people flew out from the observation pavilions and towards the central area of the sea. Many of these people were young martial artists. Although they were strong, They didn't have background nor the qualifications to enter the Azura Road's final trial. Now that the final trial was opening, although they couldn't enter, they still wanted to fly close to feel the aura and experience the entrance of the final trial for themselves. Because there was an extremely unstable space storm brewing, if they were not careful then they would be sucked in and killed, without even their bones left over. The final trial was located within its own separate sealed-off world, one that appeared in the void and hadn't yet revealed itself. But just the endless rolling thunderclouds in the skies above were enough to startle the mind. Gradually, more and more people arrived at the center of the sea, making it increasingly noisy. After an entire day of waiting, the sealed space of the final trial hadn't moved much. It was only that in the void, a number of strange strengths began to emerge, a pure flame aura that seemed to come from the depths of a volcano, and a dense black and cloudy death energy. The entire area began to feel as if it were the Yellow Springs underworld, making one feel horrified. But the proud children of heaven from some great influences did not fear these strengths. Rather, they were overjoyed. Many people used secret techniques that suited this situation and drew support from these formidable strengths to begin cultivating these strengths. On the third day, rumble, rumble, rumble. There was a sound like a great door that was being slowly pushed open by a mystical force. At the center of the sea, in the void, a pitch-black crack began to appear. This crack constantly expanded with the surging tides, revealing a darkness that flashed with intermittent sparks of lightning. The crack began to rapidly expand, finally even blocking out the skies and sun. Countless primal runes appeared, carrying with them the most primeval source strengths of yin and yang, volcanoes, thunderclouds, and much more, seething in the air. Many people could see that within the unfathomable black crack, there were countless threads of spiritual strength that wove together like mountain ranges, sparkling with light. This was an endless array diagram, and the building-sized runes that formed it shined with a light that even reached through that vast darkness. These runes seemed to contain the infinite possible changes of the great universe, signaling the coexistence of dangers and lucky chances. Everyone was shocked and also excited. The Azura Road's final trial had finally opened. Chapter 1671. Entering the Final Trial. Chapter 1671. Entering the Final Trial. The entrance to the final trial had already opened. An incomparably large pitch-black crack tore through the world, as if a colossal pair of hands had reached up into the skies and ripped apart the heavens. Behind this terrifying crack was a strange and incredible world. Just by looking at this world, one felt their mind, divine soul, and even blood energy be attracted towards it, as if their very being wanted to tear out of their body. A woo dash! A woo dash! From behind this black crack, a horrifying sound poured forth like the roars of a primeval great beast. A massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy and an endless amount of seawater was swallowed into this crack, forming a giant black vortex. Within this terrifying black vortex, one could see faintly visible phantoms. Within these phantoms there were god beasts and peerless powerhouses alike. Their powerful auras wove together with the lines of the heavenly Tao laws, making even those people watching from several hundred miles away feel like their souls were shaking. This was the final trial. Disregarding the dangers and tests within, disregarding the incomparably precious trial qualifications that were ridiculously difficult to obtain, just entering alone was something that many young elites would not be able to summon up the courage to do. This sort of suppressive feeling came from the momentum of the world, making them feel as if they were facing the entire universe. Out of the hundreds of thousands of people watching from around the Azura Sea, most of them were only observers. None of them dared to truly break into the entrance of the final trial. At this time, runes filled the skies and a vast aura spread out in all directions. Several men and women flew through the skies. These men and women wore feathered robes and their heads were adorned by a crown of star-like gems. Their bearing was magnificent, and with a single glance one could see they were elite disciples of a great sect. Those are people from Divine Void Divine Kingdom. As Lin Ming saw these people appear, he also recognized someone, Duke Full Moon. It's that stupid annoying fly again. To think we would run into him here also, it's even worse than being haunted by ghost. Xiao Moxian's expression was filled with disgust. To think that this Duke Full Moon, who had pestered Lin Ming at the Divine Rune City auction, constantly hounding him like some rabid dog, would actually enter the final trial. As she thought of encountering this person, Xiao Moxian felt as if she had stepped in dog shit. Then again, isn't this fellow not so young anymore? How did he obtain the qualifications to enter Divine Void Divine Kingdom's group for the final trial? Xiao Moxian asked, puzzled. According to her estimations, World King Full Moon was at least several thousand years old. Without accumulating strength for so much time, it was impossible for him to become a world king. And one didn't need to be a genius to know that there was extremely intense competition within Divine Void Divine Kingdom for spots in the final trial. There were countless disciples eagerly wanting to enter. Lin Ming said, several thousand years isn't too old. To an Empyrean that lives for 100 million years, this is still a baby. And in this final trial, normally those that are several hundred years old or thousands of years old will participate for their sect. For instance, the Good Fortune Saint Sun seemed to have entered the final trial around the time he was at the Saint Lord realm. Although those that participated in the final trial were young, they normally weren't as young as Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming. Even with the time in Tragic Death Valley included, Lin Ming was only around 120 years old. The people flying through the air immediately became the focus of the crowd. Within the group of trial challengers, there was a young man wearing a dragon crown, his long hair trailing behind him as he trod on the wind. It's finally opened. I've awaited this day for far too long. This young man's star-like eyes shined with a brilliant fighting spirit. Behind him, the several heroic elites of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, including Duke Full Moon, were treating him with respect, faintly taking him as their lead. However, this young man's cultivation was the lowest amongst everyone from the Divine Void Divine Kingdom. He was only at the half-step Holy Lord realm. A half-step Holy Lord youth was actually able to command so many Holy Lords and World Kings behind him. Who is this person? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. He is the Divine Void Third Crown Prince. Mo Bright Moon began to explain. A Crown Prince of Divine Void Divine Kingdom was nothing but a title. They in no way referred to the true son of the sole Emperor Divine Void. Currently, Divine Void Divine Kingdom had 7 Crown Princes, each one belonging to one of the 7 great divine provinces that comprised it. Every Crown Prince was an elite amongst elites, and they were the future rulers of their lands. Even the next sole Emperor would be selected from amongst the Crown Princes. As for the third Crown Prince, he was considered to be one of the strongest of the 7 Divine Void Crown Princes. So that's how it is. Lin Ming said, suddenly realizing the situation. No wonder this third Crown Prince was able to command so many people with the lowest cultivation. In a situation where he was able to survive, then it was best to enter the final trial at the youngest age possible in order to obtain greater advantages. As for someone like Duke Full Moon who only entered the final trial at the World King realm, the truth was that his talent was considered relatively poor. Look behind that Divine Void Crown Prince at the woman following him. That is the Crown Prince's imperial concubine. At this time, standing behind Mo Bright Moon, Fanny Fafa suddenly spoke up. His voice was soft and gentle. If one didn't see him and only listened to his voice, they might even think him a woman. The imperial concubine's cultivation is even higher than the Divine Void Crown Prince's. As Fanny Fafa said, there was truly a young woman following behind the third Crown Prince, her appearance as beautiful as a flower. She exuded sex appeal from every inch of her body and her charming looks were cute and flirtatious. At first glance, one could see she was a truly outstanding existence. And, her cultivation was at the peak Holy Lord realm, a full large boundary higher than the Divine Void Crown Prince. It's not anything strange. Fanny Fafa chuckled as he spoke. He said in a strange and meaning-filled hushed voice, you might not know, but that imperial concubine was especially raised to be given to the Divine Void Crown Prince so that he could dual cultivate with her. When the Divine Void Crown Prince deflowered the imperial concubine, he must have obtained a great advantage. The imperial concubine also has a pure yin physique, but her physique might not be as pure as mine, hey. Listening to Fanny Fafa, Lin Ming nearly choked on himself. He rubbed his nose and subconsciously took a step back. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The divine Void Crown Prince's treatment was far too good. Not to mention the resources he had growing up or the final trial spot he was given, there was even a dual cultivation companion specifically raised for him by his sect. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, another group flew in from the other side of the skies, standing in sharp opposition to the third crown prince and his troop. This team was led by a fat young man who wore a bright yellow robe embroidered with a five-clawed dragon, just like the robes of a mortal emperor. "It's people from Heaven Union Divine Kingdom," some people looking cried out in alarm. Heaven Union Divine Kingdom was the only colossal influence in the inner Azura Road that could directly contend with Divine Void Divine Kingdom. That fat youth must be Big Flame, the direct disciple of Sovereign Heaven Union. His status is no worse than that of the Divine Void Third Crown Prince. Now there's something fun to watch. A mountain couldn't hold two tigers. Moreover, Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom were in sharp opposition to each other from the start. As the Divine Void Third Crown Prince and Big Flame met each other, their visions seemed to turn into tangible essence that violently collided in the skies. These two people were both peerless proud sons of heaven from true divinity influences. With both of them being such proud characters, once they met they naturally had to compete to see who was lower and who was higher. "You are that so-called Third Crown Prince from the Divine Void Divine Kingdom?" Big Flame looked at the Third Crown Prince and laughed, clearly not fearing him in the least. The Divine Void Third Crown Prince sneered and unhurriedly said, "Did you come here especially to provoke me today? How interesting. My Divine Void Divine Kingdom has long been fighting your Heaven Union Divine Kingdom. During every final trial, the fights between juniors make for the fiercest battlefield. There is even a tradition of gambling fights. How about it? Do you want to make a bet with me today? Haha. Aren't you just overconfident in yourself? My goal this time is to obtain at least 80%. If you want to make a bet with me, then you had best consider your own worth first." Big Flame arrogantly boasted. The Divine Void Third Crown Prince only laughed in response. 80%? It was like this person thought he would achieve that just by saying it. "You sure speak a bunch of crap. I have 3 Nirvana Origin Balancing Pills. Do you want to make a bet?" Nirvana Origin Balancing Pill? Big Flame's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. The martial artists watching from around the sea had also heard of the Nirvana Origin Balancing Pill before and their eyes shined in response. This was a pill on the transcendent divine level, but in a true divinity holy land, many transcendent divine pills came from the hands of a true divinity, so the effects were normally much better than those of an ordinary transcendent divine pill. Only the extreme genius of a true divinity influence would be able to take out a top pill like this for a bet. The final trial hadn't begun and yet there were already sparks flying between these two proud sons of heaven. With this, one could see just how intense the competition in the final trial would be. In addition to the horrifying pressure that exuded from that soul-freezing entrance as well as the droves of elites that came from all the large influences around the Azura Road, even if many of the martial artists present weren't able to participate in the final trial, just being able to be here to witness such a grand event left them all inexplicably excited. "Good. If you want to give me pills, then I won't stop you." Big Flame laughed. He led the group from Heaven Union Divine Kingdom towards the incomparably massive black crack that was the final trial, and then they all disappeared without leaving a trace. Seeing this, the people watching from around the sea all sucked in a deep breath. If they were sucked in by such a terrifying black vortex, wouldn't they just lose their lives? As these people were feeling weak of heart, the Divine Void Crown Prince also led his own people and rushed into the black vortex. The oppressive feeling that originated from the final trial was simply far too strong. Even the proudest and most extraordinary children of heaven wouldn't say they didn't feel at least a hint of fear upon facing that dreadful black vortex. As the people from Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom entered, squads from all the different influences began flying towards the black vortex. In the midst of all these flying martial artists, Lin Ming actually glanced the form of a blue-clothed woman. This blue-clothed woman's movements were light and sprightly. In the wild and fierce storm of energy, she seemed as if she were taking a casual stroll through the woods. Her step wasn't quick, but in just several moments she arrived before the massive vortex of the final trial. Then, like a blue flower petal, she was sucked into the vortex, immediately vanishing from sight. That woman is. As Lin Ming saw this blue-clothed woman, he felt a strange movement in his heart. Just a moment ago, when the high-spirited Big Flame and Third Crown Prince were arguing, Lin Ming hadn't felt much at all. But in this brief moment when that blue-clothed woman fluttered about like a spirit in the wind, this actually left a deep impression on Lin Ming's mind. Just by seeing this woman's form, Lin Ming felt his heartbeat speed up. It's her, she really came. In the crowd, there were some well-informed individuals with extremely sharp eyesight. Even from a distance and in the crowds of people, they were able to accurately see this blue-clothed woman's form. This blue-clothed woman was always low-key in her actions, but many people knew that she was the true lead of the final trial. 83% completion rate, isn't she satisfied with her past record? An old man from the side of the Heaven Union Divine Kingdom muttered, his withered lips twitching. When Big Flame and the Divine Void Third Crown Prince had made a bet, these old men hadn't placed that event in their eyes. To them, it was merely a little spirited tussle between juniors. But the appearance of this blue-clothed woman actually caused the old man's complexion to change. What a dreadful woman, she is even more dreadful than Soul Emperor Divine Void, a hoarse voice croaked out from behind the old man. This other person was wrapped in a red cloak and his body exuded a terrifying fluctuation of laws. Luckily for us, she is someone from the 33 heavens, so she will not return to the Azura Road so easily. Otherwise, the balance between the saints and spiriters within the inner Azura Road would be broken by her. Millimeter. The Azura Road is separated from the 33 heavens by a barrier of laws that was laid down by the Azura Road Master. No matter how powerful the spiriters of the 33 heavens are, it won't affect us. I just have no idea what completion percent this horrifying woman will have and what rewards she will obtain. Really, she is truly a cause for envy. The previously speaking old man said, sighing with emotion. The rich rewards of the final trial were truly something they would be jealous about. As these two old men were discussing with each other, in the dreadful storm of energy, a squad of 5 people flew low at sea level as they approached the massive black vortex. The vortex churned, stretched out for thousands of miles. In front of this black vortex, the 5 people were nothing but grains of sand in front of a mountain, common and unnoticeable. As they submerged themselves in the black vortex, they didn't even cause a tiny splash. Lin Ming had finally stepped into the final trial. This would be the last story he left behind in the Azura Road. Chapter 1672, The Worries of Old Su. Chapter 1672, The Worries of Old Su. When Lin Ming flew into the final trial, he kept a low profile, just like the blue-clothed woman. In addition, he was very fast, so there were many people that didn't notice him. However, there were some considerably strong people with keen eyesight who were familiar with Lin Ming and saw his back. That person is the Divine Runic Masters Guild's Lin Ming. The one who spoke was a World King powerhouse. He had attended the Divine Rune City auction in the past, so he had an extremely deep impression of Lin Ming. Lin Ming, the creator of the Lin symbols. Many people had never seen Lin Ming but knew of his name. He was someone who created the myth of gathering 10 billion contribution points in half a month, and this was a story that spread throughout the entirety of the inner Azura Road. Isn't he only at the Divine Lord realm? Moreover, he's a Divine Runic Master. Is he planning on entering the final trial? In everyone's opinion, those young geniuses with extraordinary combat talent wouldn't choose to become Divine Runic Masters. People had limited time and energy, and the occupation of a Divine Runic Master was an extremely time-consuming ordeal. Even Lin Ming, who possessed the heaven-defying magic cube and had absorbed the memories of 3 Divine Runic Masters, still had his own cultivation speed delayed considerably due to studying the Divine Runic arts. Of course, disasters and blessings came together. Because he studied the Divine Runic arts, Lin Ming had an even deeper understanding of the Azura laws. These were all things that occurred later. As for other geniuses, they didn't possess something as ridiculous as the magic cube. If they placed all their time in studying the Divine Runic arts, then their combat talent would naturally be left behind. In many people's opinion, Lin Ming's talent in the divine runic arts had reached the pinnacle of possibility. If he didn't invest a massive amount of time into the divine runic arts, then there wouldn't be anyone who believed this. In this situation, most people subconsciously believed that Lin Ming, who lacked cultivation time, would have a dismally low combat efficiency. Otherwise, he would be too abnormal an existence. But now he actually flew into the final trial mystic realm with a mere divine lord cultivation. This left everyone watching outside stunned. If Lin Ming were to perish inside, wouldn't that just be too great a pity? This boy, just what games is he playing? On the observation pavilion, Divine Rune City's old Shui and old Su had also arrived some time ago. These two old geezers had already reached the limit of their cultivation, and the only thing that grew for them every day was their hair. They spent most of their time idling about with their hobbies and of course wouldn't miss such a lively event. Since they were here, they naturally spotted Lin Ming. As old Su saw Lin Ming fly into the final trial mystic realm, he was a tad worried. There were many holy lords and world kings gathered inside. Moreover, these people were all outstanding characters amongst their cultivation step. And beyond that, there were also the dangers of the final trial. If Lin Ming were to enter with a mere divine lord realm cultivation, it would undoubtedly be disastrously risky for him. Old Su didn't want such a divine runic arts prodigy to die inside. Hey, don't look down on him. That little fellow's strength isn't as simple as you think it is. We have no idea just what level he is. We've worried for him before, but it's all been in vain. He's a smart young boy. If he dares to enter the Azura Road, then he should have some confidence in his ability. I have no idea what completion percentage he will obtain though. If it's 70%, then that really is too abnormal. Old Shui had an unusual amount of faith in Lin Ming. 70%, you sure are optimistic. If he can survive that hell and come out alive, then I'll already be thanking the heavens and earth. His talent is good, but in the end he is only at the divine lord realm. Can he really jump too large boundaries to fight a world king genius? I fear that he will be harmed by someone inside. Even his enemy Duke Fullmoon is in there. If that person is thinking of assassinating Lin Ming. As old Su spoke to here, he was a bit scared. In Divine Rune City, Lin Ming would have the protection of the Divine Runic Masters Guild as well as that mysterious master of his. But in the final trial, Lin Ming could only rely on himself. Killing in there was not uncommon. Even unparalleled geniuses still needed to be past the Divine Lord realm so they would have the ability to ensure their own safety. Only then would someone dare to enter the final trial. As these two old men were speaking, within that dreadful vortex of energy that spanned from the heavens to earth, another familiar form appeared. This form wasn't some stranger, it was the extreme star Holy Land's Suya. The two old men glanced at each other, surprised. They didn't think that Suya would also enter the final trial. This girl's strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, she is interested in Lin Ming. I hope that she will look after him, old Su mumbled. In front of him, the overwhelming storm of energy became increasingly fierce. As Lin Ming approached the strange world of the final trial, he felt goosebumps rise all over his body. He could hear a strange sound in the void. It was the incomparably pure sea of energy trembling. This strange world appeared to be a massive black vortex. Any beam of light that neared it was distorted and swallowed up. Xiao Moxian anxiously held on to Lin Ming's hand. As Lin Ming felt Xiao Moxian slip her hand into his, he reached out and gently wrapped his hand across her waist. With his right hand he waved the Phoenix Blood Spear, sending out a wave of energy that gradually calmed down the strange energy. With a resolute shout, Lin Ming decisively rushed into this unusual new world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Beside him, a succession of proud heroes from the Azura Road hurtled in, all of them rushing ahead to be first. The final trial was extremely dangerous. The final trial had a very high mortality rate. These were all things that those who participated were well aware of. But, the heaven-defying lucky chances within were enough to make their eyes go red with envy. Waves of thick energy crashed onto everyone like a violent stormy sea. Every wave of energy was like the impact of an ancient beast. Even Lin Ming felt a considerable amount of pressure. However, after having broken into the second Dao Palace, His mortal body was 100 times more solid than those vicious beasts from ancient times. Although he was hindered, he didn't suffer any injuries. Lin Ming spread his hands wide, his muscles and bones popping as they extended outwards, withstanding the violent flow of energy. Xiao Moxian grasped onto Lin Ming, protected beneath him. Xiao Moxian could feel a warm flow of energy surround her and a smile crossed her face. With her current strength, she was more than capable of withstanding this violent flux of energy, but she rather enjoyed this feeling of being protected by Lin Ming. His speed was fast, and by relying on his bodily strength, he was able to drill through the brutal flow of energy like a hot knife in snow. As the energy flows crashed into him, all of them scattered on his body. To the rear, Mo Brightmoon and the two others followed close behind. Thousand Slaughter furiously slashed out with his golden saber, spiritual strength shooting into the skies, creating 9 phantoms of ancient demonic Daotais. These Daotais were each massive and terrifying. As they appeared, they began to desperately swallow up all of the energy around them, treating the flow of energy like delicious food. These Daotai phantoms constantly grew, but in the process of swallowing they were shattered by the impact of energy. As they broke apart, they continued to reform. It was a peculiar sight. But for better or worse, Mo Brightmoon and the others were all sheltered from the violent flux of energy. Lin Ming noticed this and was slightly surprised. He realized that Thousand Slaughter's golden saber was some rare divine weapon, so he paid more attention to it. As Lin Ming looked at the golden saber in Thousand Slaughter's hand, Thousand Slaughter was also secretly shocked by Lin Ming's strength. He had once heard Mo Brightmoon mention this youth. Besides the divine runic arts, this Lin Ming had aspects to him that were beyond the norm. He and Fanny Fafa hadn't believed these tales much, but as they saw Lin Ming use his body alone to resist the wild waves of energy whilst his speed was even faster than the Daotai phantoms, he was left speechless. Without a doubt, this Lin Ming was far stronger than he was. In this world there are actually people that can be so abnormal just by the strength of their bodies. Luckily, he's our ally. Fanny Fafa's eyes widened as a splendid light flashed in his eyes. Within the flow of energy, all sense and sight was twisted up by the wild fluctuations around them. Besides their own squad, it was impossible to see any further. The wild flow of energy finally reached its end. As if finally passing through walls of water, the pressure on Lin Ming's body lightened. A bizarre land appeared in front of them. All they saw were a sea of mountain peaks rising up and down in the world like floating islands, vast and endless. Each mountain peak was covered with vibrant life. There were falling waterfalls and lush green trees. But for some reason, they give off an unrealistic feeling to Lin Ming. As if everything he saw was fake. In the distance, he could see surging rivers filled with strange black water. There, the land was desolate and shrouded in a pale grey atmosphere. Lin Ming stood on the ground and let Xiao Moxian down. He carefully observed the world in front of him. Weird. These things seem both real and false. Moreover, the energy here is peculiar, as if there's some risk, but for some reason I can't make out what it is. Lin Ming mumbled. Faintly, he could feel an inexplicable danger, as if some viper were eyeing him from a hidden nest. Why aren't we walking? Thousand Slaughter's strong and tall body arrived behind Lin Ming. He looked down at him from a towering position, asking him in a low and deep voice. His high bamboo hat left behind a shadow that covered Lin Ming. Mo Brightmoon also looked at Lin Ming, a bit puzzled. Fanny Fafa giggled. Killing has never been the forte of a divine runic master. Sir Lin, if you don't wish to lead the way, then allow me the honor. A feminine voice brought with it a faint yin chill. The sound was like a cold snake running over the body, making one feel alarmed. As Fanny Fafa laughed, his body fluttered up as if he was weightless. As he passed by Lin Ming, his eyes swept over his body, carrying with it a faint sense of ridicule. When Lin Ming had demonstrated his amazing bodily strength, he had left Fanny Fafa surprised. This had ignited Fanny Fafa's competitive spirit, one that all martial artists had. His methods were all extremely strange. His body emitted strands of silk-like milky white spiritual power that probed the surroundings. This spiritual power spread out, covering the skies and earth. Lin Ming's complexion changed. As he realized what Fanny Fafa was doing, he shouted out, "Don't move." But it was too late. The milky white threads of spiritual strength spread out and submerged in all directions, vanishing from the world as if something had swallowed them up. Fanny Fafa's complexion changed. At this time, the originally empty space above them suddenly seemed to be stimulated by something. The void tore open and an icy cold black energy filled the air. 4 figures threw themselves onto the ground from this black energy, all of them carrying with them a fierce and blood-drenched aura. Chapter 1673, Completion Percent. Chapter 1673, Completion Percent. At this time, in front of Lin Ming and his group, 4 dark gold skeletons appeared. Each skeleton was filled with a tyrannical and horrifying aura. The void of their sockets shined with a dark reddish-black light and they held blood-rusted bone knives in their hands. With a simple slash, even the void was split asunder. A space storm formed, sweeping towards Fanny Fafa. This sudden change caught Fanny Fafa by surprise. He released countless milky white threads of spiritual strength that condensed in the air like iron, forming layers and layers around his body. Clang, clang, clang. The barrier of spiritual strength collided with these bone knives that had torn apart space. A grating metallic sound filled the air as sparks flew out. At this time, Lin Ming's figure flushed forwards. With a rumbling sound, his fist crashed into the skull of one of the skeletons. After breaking into the heavenly retribution Dao Palace, a single wave of his hand could summon 10 billion jins of strength. Even an ancient vicious beast would have been ripped asunder. Dong. As the fist came crashing down, the air blocking its path was squeezed so hard that it became like iron, solidly forming a column of air. The incomparably tough bones shattered like tofu. Soon after, a second fist came smashing out, even extinguishing the dark ruby flames in the sockets of the skeleton. Soon after, the phoenix blood spear came thrusting out. In the blink of an eye, thousands upon thousands of spear strikes pierced out, each spear bringing with it enough strength to crush a planet. The bones they struck were directly blown away. At this time, Mo Bright Moon also attacked. Her fingers waved and a strange crescent moon-shaped rune appeared atop her fingertips. The rune slashed out into the wind, breaking through the void, the enormous pressure imprisoning a skeleton. With a loud shout, the crescent moon rune shined with an incandescent brilliance. The sharp blade of the rune tore through the skeleton, the slicing maelstrom of energy turning it into powder. Thousand Slaughter's figure flashed and he disappeared like gods and ghosts, immediately reappearing behind another skeleton warrior. His golden saber was able to find the weakness of the skeleton warriors in a single stroke, the little wisp of will hidden deep in its body. The deep black aura of a Dao Tai sparked and an immense swallowing force spread out, swallowing up that wisp of will. The skeleton warrior's body immediately disintegrated, vanishing into the wind. The entire process lasted only several breaths of time. The 4 skeleton warriors were destroyed and the space in front of the group began to peel apart, breaking down. Jet black runes began to scatter out. Those distant mountain peaks and the raging black rivers all vanished from sight. The surroundings also began to dim down. The boundless death energy and cold yin energy around them suddenly surrounded them from all directions. Beneath their feet, they were stepping on seals designed in the images of different kinds of vicious beast, some of them still glowing with a strange and fantastic light. The entire atmosphere became grim and gloomy. This sort of place, looking at the pitch-black darkness in front of them that seemed to have no end, Xiao Moxian immediately lit a little flame. Light spread out, scattering all the shadows. Everyone was startled. They could see that in front of them was a vast tunnel extending to forever, one with scattered skeletons lying all around it. Each skeleton glowed with its own color. Some were dark gold and some were purple gold. The purer gold colored the skeletons, the thicker the death energy emanating from them. This should be an ancient grave, Lin Ming slowly said as he looked at the various sacrificial patterns engraved upon the walls. Those mountain peaks and rivers, they should have been an illusion. Fanny Fafa frowned. He had been completely unable to see through the illusion. Luckily, the golden skeletons weren't too strong. If they were comparable to a world king, then the battle just now would have been dangerous. There are hidden spatial array formations everywhere. Do not act rashly. A moment ago, you touched an array formation that transmitted us here. Lin Ming calmly judged the situation. Now, he finally knew why he had a restless feeling ever since he arrived. This was because he discovered that everywhere here vaguely conformed to the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Moreover, he didn't understand many of the laws here. These laws were closely related to the array formations arranged all over this place. If they were even slightly touched, there would be tremendous problems. Everyone felt a chill crawl up their backs as they heard Lin Ming speak. If there were array formation traps everywhere, then they had to be especially careful as they walked forwards. However, the Lin Ming standing in front of them seemed to have some strange ability to sense these array formations, as if he had some safeguard against them. Fanny Fafa and Thousand Slaughter couldn't help but look towards Lin Ming. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to. This young divine runic master who invented the Lin divine runic symbols was far different from any other divine runic master they had encountered. Follow close behind me and pay careful attention to my steps. This array formation. I've seen it in an ancient text before. Lin Ming thoughtlessly came up with a reason. Although the others felt that this so-called ancient text that Lin Ming spoke of was a bit odd, at this time they had no reason to doubt him. Sensing the strange array formation rules around him and also fusing in the power of the Azura heavenly Tao and the power of illusions, Lin Ming led the way for the group. After all, his comprehensions of the Azura heavenly Tao laws became increasingly profound with every year. Using these comprehensions, he was able to break through some of these array formation traps. Thousand Slaughter followed close behind Lin Ming, maintaining full vigilance of his surroundings even as he guarded Lin Ming's rear. In this final trial, only perfect cooperation would allow them to go further. Mo Bright Moon was originally an outstanding killer. A crescent moon-shaped ring appeared on her hand, sparkling with light and emitting traces of spiritual energy that seemed to cut through the void. It was clear that this was a powerful spirit treasure. As the group followed close behind Lin Ming, they carefully made their way through the tunnel. As they walked forwards, by relying on Lin Ming's exceptional senses, they were able to discover and avoid several strange space traps. The pitch-black and gloomy road was filled with a pervasive death energy that lingered about. In the tunnel, the fierce cracks and bloodstains covered the walls. The bloodstains had already dried up and were difficult to discern. It was clear that they had originated from countless years ago. It was unknown just how many times fierce life or death battles had been fought in this tunnel. Catcher. After some time, at a wall in front of them not too far away, an unusual sound echoed out. There was an extremely strange image on this wall. The image was painted with a special kind of liquid and was over 30 feet tall. The image showed several demonic beings, all of them with 2 horns and cruel crimson fangs. This was an image of man-eating fierce ghosts. Although this was a mere painting, Lin Ming didn't know why, but he felt the crimson-eyed fierce ghosts were looking at them, their eyes blazing with green. "Sir Lin?" Fanny Fafa suddenly asked. Lin Ming thought for a moment, looking at the fierce ghost drawing in front of him. The Azura Roadmaster's methods were beyond mortal comprehension. In this final trial, any strange and unusual matter could occur. Lin Ming and Fanny Fafa could both feel something off with the painting. And as they were looking carefully at it, the painting began to slowly move towards them. It drew closer and closer. Everyone raised their guard. Puff, puff. Suddenly, a terrifying black energy burst out from the fierce ghost drawing. Then, the group of demonic fierce ghosts actually leapt out from the drawing. The air was immediately filled with the thick and pungent scent of blood. At this time, from the walls around and above them, fierce ghosts popped out from all directions, immediately surrounding Lin Ming, Mo Bright Moon, and everyone else. Originally they thought there were only several fierce ghosts, but there were actually far more than they imagined. Moreover, the way they hid themselves surprised Lin Ming. Of course, this was only surprise. The power of the heretical god tree began to crazily swell up from within Lin Ming. A bolt of lightning shot out from Lin Ming's palm, rumbling into the fierce ghosts and blowing up a good number of them. At this time, The crescent moon ring on Mo Brightmoon's hand also emitted a brilliant cyan light. Each beam of cyan light emitted crackling sounds in the air. As they struck the fierce ghosts, they emitted heaven-shaking explosive sounds. Fanny Fafa flung his voluminous sleeves forwards. Like a sharp blade, a beam of energy cleaved ahead, sweeping out. As this beam of energy struck the fierce ghosts, they were cut in half. After a moment of chaos, the tunnel was suddenly peaceful. The drawing of fierce ghosts and the blood-red lights in their eyes had dimmed down. "Let's go." Lin Ming rushed ahead, deeper into the tunnel. Along the way, the group encountered several more waves of danger. But before each battle, Lin Ming was always able to sense it happening and would promptly warn the group. All of these traps and hidden attacks that were originally impossible to guard against suddenly became far less dangerous. And, the power of these sneak attacks was inferior to the squad of 5. None of them thought that there were any difficulties in the first level of the trial. But, what they didn't know was that in other places, there were some weaker squads that were finding it extremely difficult to move forwards. They were given headaches by the illusion array formations here, and some of them had even suffered casualties. After chopping down a giant-sized bloated corpse, Lin Ming's palms tingled with numbness. Beside him, Thousand Slaughter and Fanny Fafa were also gasping for breath in great heaving gulps. They moved forward faster and faster, and the things they met became increasingly dangerous. Just now they finished dealing with a wave of corpses summoned by an array formation. This attack nearly caused some of them to be injured. However, luckily Lin Ming's body was incredibly tough, and Fanny Fafa also had a strange supernatural talent that allowed him to imprison his opponents with spiritual power. With these two abilities, it became much easier for them to deal with these brainless corpses. Woong, woong, woong. Suddenly, the sound of crashing tides appeared from not too far away. Everyone looked forwards to see a black vortex of energy appear in front of them, just like when they first entered the final trial. As everyone saw this, they were overjoyed. This must be the entrance leading from the first level to the second level. Everyone quickly leapt forwards. Within this vortex of energy, there was also a wild flow of energy. But with the experiences of the past, none of them were affected at all by it. As the waves of energy flowed over Lin Ming, he felt something strange in his mind. Final trial, completion rate, 20%. Chapter 1674, Sinister Tricks. Chapter 1674, Sinister Tricks. Completion, 20%. Lin Ming perked up and looked towards everyone else. At this time, Mo Brightmoon, Fanny Fafa, and the others were also looking at Lin Ming. It was clear that they also received the information on their completion percentage. 20%, you? Lin Ming asked. The same. Mo Brightmoon and the others glanced at each other. This completion percentage was better than they had anticipated. After all, when walking all the way here, the truth was that they hadn't encountered any true dangers at all. The completion percentage should be more difficult the later it is. After 80%, it is likely that every point will be more difficult than the last. Our current completion percentage isn't strange at all. Let's go. Ho! The group finally emerged from the endless wild flow of energy and landed on the ground. Here, dark winds howled, carrying with them a dry and desolate aura as they swept over the scattered gravel on the ground. The sky in front of them was unusually high, as blue and transparent as sapphires. In the far-off distance, the shapes of the mountains were vague, resembling the outline of some sleeping great beast. Beneath their feet was a vast rough land of sand and stone. Thick weeds grew up periodically, many patches as high as a person. There were only several ghostly-looking trees scattered around. The plant life here was sparse. This was a windswept wilderness, bleak and dreary. This is the second level, right? Xiao Moxian flew up into the skies a little, looking around before falling down next to Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He didn't know just how many levels the final trial had. Now that he came here himself, the first few layers weren't too dangerous at all. Don't worry, let's rest up first. Lin Ming proposed. According to what he knew, The final trial would likely last for several years. Now that everyone had just passed the first level, they had inevitably consumed some of their energy. Since they didn't know what the second floor was going to be like, they might as well stay here and adjust themselves to their peak condition. This was the safest plan of action. As Lin Ming spoke, Mo Bright Moon and the others sat in meditation. Without noticing it, Lin Ming had already become the core of the team. On the first level of the smelting trial, everyone had been able to witness Lin Ming's performance with their own eyes, so they naturally listened to his opinion. However, before the group had meditated for long, a sudden sad and high-pitched scream echoed out from the south of the wilderness. Millimeter? Lin Ming frowned. Someone was here. In the first level, they had touched a space trap and were transported somewhere else. After that, they hadn't met any other groups. It was likely they had been cut off from the other groups. But here in the world of the second level, this place was vast and boundless. Perhaps there were other squads here. Should they go and investigate the source of that sad scream? The other people glanced at each other before looking towards Lin Ming, wanting to solicit his opinion. If they went to investigate what happened, it was likely they would encounter some dangers. Let's go take a look. But be a bit more careful. If there's anything wrong, then we'll flee at once. Lin Ming succinctly stated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of people rushed towards the direction of the scream like bolts of lightning. The group fell onto a barren rocky hill a few miles away, looking towards the area that the horrible scream came from. Lin Ming's vision was as sharp as an eagle's. With one glance he could see a gaping cave going into the ground, one that was covered with a giant bloodstain. The blood was fresh and hadn't yet coagulated. Besides that, there weren't any other clues as to what happened. It was clear that some macabre death had just occurred here. At this time, from different directions in the distance, there were the deafening sounds of a sonic boom. Lin Ming and the others felt their minds chill. They all restrained their auras together. A milky white spiritual strength emerged from Fanny Fafa's hands, cutting through the air and thoroughly covering the group's auras. Lin Ming couldn't help but be curious about this milky white spiritual strength. This sort of strange spiritual strength seemed to be Fanny Fafa's supernatural talent. It was an extremely strange and complex ability. He really had no idea just what cultivation method Fanny Fafa practiced. Fourth junior apprentice brother's soul lamp has been extinguished and his wisp of soul disappeared here. That bloodstain's aura also belongs to junior apprentice brother. Where is he? Could there be something strange in that cave? Both of the two people that flew over were tall and vigorous looking. One of them was covered with transparent raging flames. These flames exuded a powerful momentum that surrounded the cave with the bloodstain. The other person held a strange divine runic symbol in their hands. As the divine runic symbol appeared, it emitted a pitch-black fire energy. Big Brother Lin, that fellow is using the divine runic symbol you created. Xiao Moxian whispered to Lin Ming as if she had discovered the funniest thing in the world. Her eyes were locked onto the divine runic symbol in the person's hand. Lin Ming's vision was keen. He was immediately able to see the Lin character marking the bottom right of the divine runic symbol. Indeed, it was one of the Lin logo divine runic symbols, and also the extremely expensive heavenly fire symbol too. He couldn't help but smile a little upon seeing this. It seemed that these Lin logo divine runic symbols had spread to the upper levels of the Azura Road. The one who bought the heavenly fire symbols was Empyrean Lionheart, but Empyrean Lionheart's sect wasn't experiencing war anytime soon, so it was possible for them to sell a portion of the divine runic symbols to others. Then again, Lin Ming had produced just over 1,000 of these specialized 5th-grade divine runic symbols. If a person was able to possess one, then they should have some status in their large influence, otherwise it simply wouldn't be their turn to wield it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The divine runic symbol smashed into the cave tunnels. There was a continuous blast of explosions echoing from within. Flames soared to the heavens and all of the soil and rock around the cave was instantly melted by the high temperatures. Sharp shrieks sounded out. A number of figures fled from the burning cave, their bodies blackened. These creatures had thick tails extending from their backs and had bodies similar to a person's, but their appearance was like a beast. As these strange beast creatures appeared, Runes began to shine on their foreheads. They rushed towards the person that used the heavenly fire symbol, a beam of black lightning shooting out from between their eyebrows towards the two people. Shit. The trial challenger who held the Lin symbol was angered. Just as he was about to use the heavenly fire symbol in his hand yet again, his companion stopped him. Don't be in a hurry, we must save it. The fierceness of the heavenly fire symbol lay in the fact that even if a martial artist were at their weakest state, completely exhausted of strength, using the heavenly fire symbol would still result in an all-out attack that remained the same no matter what condition the martial artist was in. They definitely had to save this divine runic symbol as much as they could to use in critical moments to preserve their lives. Bang! With an explosive sound, the black light emitted by the monsters fell onto the ground, causing a dreadful eruption of power. And as this violent fluctuation of energy shook the mountain, more and more monsters began emerging from all over. The aura of these monsters was actually at the peak Holy Lord realm. One or two of these monsters wasn't scary, but with dozens of them gathered together, that was truly horrifying. In particular, the black light these monsters shot out could gather together and produce an effect of locking down space. These black lights were like a giant spider web, making it so that the two martial artists couldn't escape even if they wanted to. We must last until senior apprentice brother arrives. Even facing such a dangerous situation, the disciple who spoke wasn't afraid at all. Rather, he put forth over 10 array discs and used these array discs to battle these monsters. As for his companion, he wasn't weak either. He pulled out his sword, displaying fierce and swift sword skills, perfectly coordinating his attack. It was clear that those people who had the qualifications to enter the final trial were all extraordinary. At this time, a keening howl echoed out, as if something was flying towards them and tearing apart the atmosphere as it did. The two martial artists turned and were immediately overjoyed. Senior apprentice brother has arrived. Lin Ming and the others turned towards the sound and saw someone rapidly flying towards them. Lin Ming frowned as he did. Really, enemies crossed paths far too often. This person was none other than Duke Full Moon. After entering the final trial's first level, because they triggered trap array formations, the disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom were transmitted to separate areas. But they were truly incredible individuals. Even though they were split apart, they were able to pass the first level of the trial and arrive at the second level. As soon as they entered the second level, they were able to use all sorts of methods to contact their companions. The two disciples who were surrounded by the monsters were subordinates of Divine Void Divine Kingdom's 9 Nether Province. They were fellow disciples of Duke Full Moon. It's that fellow again, he keeps on haunting us like ghost. Xiao Moxian gnashed her teeth, thinking over multiple ways she could try to put Duke Full Moon to death in this final trial mystic realm. Senior apprentice brother. As the two disciples were overjoyed, at this time, some of the monsters that surrounded them began rushing towards Duke Full Moon. These monsters were all bloodthirsty to the point of craziness. Before Duke Full Moon attacked, they had already taken the initiative. Che. Duke Full Moon immediately slowed down before coming to a stop in the air. Face these 20-some monsters, he frowned, hesitating somewhat. He could see that these monsters were difficult to deal with. Even for him, they would be a great deal of trouble. He began considering whether or not acting to save these two junior apprentice brothers would harm himself. If the risk was too great, then he would rather turn tail and run. But at this time, Duke Full Moon discovered Lin Ming's existence. Lin Ming and his group were far too obvious. In their haste when they rushed over, they had only restrained their auras and hadn't set up a concealment array formation, thus Duke Full Moon had detected them. It's you. After noticing Lin Ming, Duke Full Moon was stunned. He clearly didn't expect to see Lin Ming here. In a spark of lightning, the 20-some monsters had already reached less than 1,000 feet in front of Duke Full Moon. Duke Full Moon maniacally grinned. The road to heaven you choose not to walk, but the gates of hell you would rush through. Without further ado, Duke Full Moon took these monsters chasing after him and rushed towards Lin Ming. His plan was clear. It was to drag Lin Ming down with him and have him share in the pressure of dealing with these monsters. If possible, he would even look for a chance to use these monsters to kill Lin Ming or at least severely wound him. At that time, although he might not be able to obtain Lin Ming's divine runic arts inheritances, he could still obtain the other secrets on his body. This damned bastard. Xiao Moxian was enraged. This Duke Full Moon was cunning enough. The area he was flying in was from their rear. This just happened to trap Lin Ming and the others between the monsters. Chapter 1675, Blue-Clothed Figure. Chapter 1675, Blue-Clothed Figure. Haha. Brother Lin, what a small world, we keep meeting each other everywhere. Duke Full Moon wantonly smiled as he rapidly flew towards Lin Ming. At the same time his fingers flexed as he thrust out hundreds and thousands of energy threads. These energy threads didn't have much power behind them, their only function was to hinder the movements of Lin Ming and his group. Duke Full Moon wanted Lin Ming to stay here. In Duke Full Moon's eyes, Lin Ming was only a divine runic master. No matter how formidable his divine runic arts were, his combat strength was likely nothing to speak of. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the late Divine Lord realm and he had lived a mere 100-some years of life. Moreover, Duke Full Moon was sure that Lin Ming had lived an ascetic life for these past years and had invariably invested a massive amount of time in studying the divine runic arts, leaving his combat strength in utter shambles. Duke Full Moon already bore a grudge against Lin Ming and he also secretly envied the secrets that Lin Ming possessed. Even if there were not secrets on Lin Ming's body, if he killed Lin Ming he would still be able to obtain the massive amount of wealth and rare materials he kept on him. This final trial was the best chance to kill Lin Ming. He didn't need to consider the Divine Runic Masters Guild nor did he need to consider the mysterious master that stood behind Lin Ming. As Duke Full Moon thought of all this, a fierce smile crossed his face. You little shit, you want to die. Fanny Fafa's eyebrows rose in anger. He had walked through the Azura Road for many years and assassinated many people, but rarely had anyone tried to plot against him. Now that this Duke Full Moon was dragging many monsters towards them, it was clear he wanted to use them as his spear and then profit from their disaster. Although Fanny Fafa didn't fear these monsters, he couldn't swallow the rage from being used by others. Don't move. At this time, Lin Ming stopped Fanny Fafa. In this situation, as long as they attacked they would fall into the trap because no matter who they attacked, it would be disadvantageous for them. If they attacked Duke Full Moon, those monsters would rush towards them. But, if they attacked the monsters, that would be the same as doing exactly what Duke Full Moon wished for and acting as his spears. No matter what, if Lin Ming and the others attacked, they would definitely fall into a brutal melee with the monsters. And now, more and more monsters were catching up. Although the combined strength of Lin Ming's group was more than enough to fight these monsters, participating in such a meaningless fight in this danger-ridden final trial wasn't wise at all. If they consumed too much strength and encountered some other trap, that would be far more dangerous for them. Sir Lin? Fanny Fafa asked, puzzled as he kept looking at the 20-some monsters that Duke Full Moon was bringing towards them. If Lin Ming didn't attack, wasn't that the same as waiting for death? Allow me. Lin Ming stepped forwards and stood in front of Fanny Fafa. He took out a divine runic symbol from his spatial ring. This divine runic symbol had a Lin character that shined on the bottom left. In the past when Lin Ming left Divine Rune City and returned to Tragic Death Valley to rescue Empyrean Divine Mist, he had cultivated in Tragic Death Valley for a considerable amount of time. In that period he had drawn up a massive number of divine runic symbols in preparation for this final trial. This divine runic symbol was named Heaven's Divide. It was a peak 5th grade divine runic symbol and also an improved divine runic symbol. Moreover, it could only be used one time. For a divine runic symbol to be used once, that meant that its complete strength would erupt. As Lin Ming crumbled the divine runic symbol, countless lines of the Azura laws spread outwards, surrounding his group, overlapping again and again. For a time, space seemed to tear apart. Fanny Fafa, Mo Bright Moon, and the others all felt as if they were instantly placed into a different dimension. This is Fanny Fafa, Mo Bright Moon, and the others were all surprised. They looked towards Lin Ming with disbelief. This move was marvelous. The torn space distorted, becoming a separate world. This space isolated all origin energy fluctuations even as it served as the best protective barrier. This was a top-grade group-wide defensive divine runic symbol. In that moment, Duke Full Moon looked on helplessly as the originally nearby Lin Ming and his group suddenly disappeared into thin air. What? Duke Full Moon's complexion immediately became extremely ugly. He was well aware that Lin Ming had hidden himself in a spatial tear in front of him, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. He had personally witnessed the power of Lin Ming's divine runic symbols himself. If an ordinary World King powerhouse were to use the space laws to conceal themselves, then Duke Full Moon had the confidence he had the methods to break through it. But facing Lin Ming's divine runic symbols, Duke Full Moon didn't have the same confidence. Moreover, there were also 20-some monsters chasing behind him. With Duke Full Moon's strength, where would he have the ability to defend against these monsters and unravel Lin Ming's divine runic symbol at the same time? You damned little beast! Duke Full Moon cursed out loud. He had only been thinking about Lin Ming's abhorrent combat strength and had neglected the fact that Lin Ming's divine runic arts were able to make up for those flaws. If he just thought about this, then he would have realized Lin Ming inevitably carried with him a massive number of divine runic symbols, and the various uses of these divine runic symbols and their might could be imagined. No matter who it was, wanting to attack Lin Ming wouldn't be simple at all. As Duke Full Moon thought of this person who was clearly far inferior to him and yet was able to use luxurious divine runic symbols as if they didn't cost money at all, he felt incomparably wronged. There was simply nothing he could do about this. But at this moment, Duke Full Moon had no time to think about these matters, because those 20-some monsters chasing him from behind had already surrounded him. Damn! Because of Duke Full Moon's rage and grief, he already had a green-tinted face. His current predicament wouldn't be easy to solve no matter what. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without saying anything, those monsters that chased after Duke Full Moon opened their mouths and began releasing a strange light. These beams of light were extremely compact. As they cut through the void, they emitted a sound like sabers scratching on glass, grating to the ears. Duke Full Moon immediately fell into a fierce struggle. His strength began to rapidly deplete. Not just that, but more and more monsters began catching up. Duke Full Moon felt nothing but deep regret. If he had known that this would happen, then he would never have come to rescue those two trouble-stirring junior apprentice brothers of his. The truth was that the second level wasn't too risky to begin with. But Duke Full Moon's two junior apprentice brothers were too arrogant and conceited in their own strength and abilities and had gone too far in their actions as a result. Instead of avoiding these monsters, they had used Lin Ming's heavenly fire symbol to blow apart their den. If they hadn't done this, then they wouldn't have fallen into such a bitter battle. If I'm in a bad situation, then don't think you lot can stay uninvolved. Duke Full Moon was truly incredibly strong. Even though he was under siege from these monsters, he was still able to rush through them and constantly guide these monsters and their black beams of light towards the area Lin Ming was at. However, how could the improved one-time use Heaven's Divide symbol that Lin Ming carefully drew up be so easily defeated? In particular, these monsters only had brute force behind their skills. They didn't have a deep understanding of the laws. Lin Ming cleverly used the space laws contained within Heaven's Divide to twist the nearby space, causing those beams of black light to bend around the group's location. From the outside, it was like the area Lin Ming was in was only the surface of water. As the beams of light struck the barrier, they refracted, passing around Lin Ming's group and causing no harm to any of them. Big brother Lin, you're so fierce. Xiao Moxian hugged Lin Ming's arm. In terms of strength, Lin Ming was formidable. But because he frequently entered dangerous situations that far surpassed his level, even his heaven-defying strength was often lacking. However, Lin Ming was able to make use of all sorts of other methods, finding a singular path in a supposedly impossible situation to turn the tide and completely overcome the impossible. This move is a bit fierce, haha. Fanny Faffa sighed in praise. Mo Brightmoon also let out a sigh of relief as she looked towards Lin Ming with a strange light in her eyes. However, Lin Ming shook his head. This sort of divine runic symbol isn't easy to create. My time and materials were limited, so I was only to draw up a few of them. Every time I use one, I'll have one less. Moreover, Bending these black lights will continuously consume the energy within the divine runic symbol. If this continues, I estimate the barrier will collapse within an incense stick of time. Lin Ming's voice was indifferent. He didn't reveal any pride or contentment at using this ingenious method. Instead, all there was in his eyes was a faint killing intent. This killing intent was focused on Duke Full Moon. Lin Ming was disgusted by this person to begin with. And today, this person even tried to use these monsters to kill him, arousing Lin Ming's killing intent even further. Sir Lin, could you be thinking of? The normally silent Thousand Slaughter suddenly spoke as he vaguely sensed Lin Ming's intentions. Please, just call me Lin Ming. And yes, you should all be prepared. After an incense stick of time passes, we'll all attack together and cut down that Duke Full Moon. He isn't weak. Amongst ordinary world kings, he can be considered amongst the top. Do not underestimate the enemy. Mo Bright Moon and the two companions she brought over were extraordinary existences amongst ordinary world kings. However, Duke Full Moon was a disciple from a massive influence, so he would definitely have some life-saving methods up his sleeve. Wanting to kill him here wouldn't be easy at all. Lin Ming quietly traced his spatial ring. Within this spatial ring were many offensive divine runic symbols. Once the heavens divide barrier collapsed, he would not only attack with his full strength but also support it with the attack of divine runic symbols. As Fanny Fafa witnessed Lin Ming's various methods as well as his deep eyes that locked onto Duke Full Moon like a viper eyeing its prey, he felt an inexplicable chill crawl up his spine. He discovered that even though he had given a sufficiently high appraisal of Lin Ming, the result was that he had never been able to clearly see the abilities of this youth from beginning to end. To be an enemy of this young man was a truly terrifying matter. Like this, half an incense stick of time passed. Duke Full Moon's entire body was stained with blood. The more he fought, the more ruthless and vicious his moves became. Just by himself, he had killed over 10 of these monsters, but because these monsters continuously caught up to him, their numbers never seemed to drop. Damn it all. Duke Full Moon's complexion became increasingly angry. At this time, he already felt that it was impossible for him to kill off these monsters. And if he wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy with the spider web of black lights covering everywhere around him. In order to withdraw, he would definitely have to pay some price. He would need to burn some of his blood essence or use the life-saving cards obtained from his sect. As Duke Full Moon thought of using up one of these cards, he felt as if someone had pulled out his heart. He had 2 life-saving cards in hand and each one was exchanged with a massive amount of sect contribution points. These cards were to be used in the final trial. If he were to use one up in just the second level of the final trial, how could he not feel pain? As he was burning with anger, his eyes blazing with rage, he passed all of this hate onto Lin Ming. If Lin Ming wasn't tricky and cunning and had obediently acted as his spear, then how would he have ended up in such a horrible situation? As Duke Full Moon grit his teeth and was prepared to take out one of these cards, at this time, a chilly blue light covered this entire desolate and blood-drenched land. This blue light was clear and ephemeral, seeming as if it had flowed forth from the furthest stretches of time, bringing with it a strength that stunned the mind. This blue light was incomparably cold. But at the same time, it was as vivid as a spring breeze, carrying with it a vibrant life force. Wherever it visited, plant life began to bloom upon the bleak land. Strange and unusual ice flowers, cold plums, and snow lotuses began to appear in abundance. For a time, the entire sky was covered in an ethereal haze of cold frost. As those rage-filled monsters were covered in this cold blue light, all of them immediately stiffened. They seemed to lose all desire to attack and instead became extremely docile. The dozen-some monsters were all covered with ice crystals. As if enthralled by the blue light, they all knelt on the ground, lying prostrate as if they were worshipping their totem. What sort of method is this? Behind the protective barrier of the divine runic symbol, Lin Ming was astonished. If the master of this blue light had used some thunder technique to annihilate all of these monsters, then he wouldn't have been surprised at all. But she was actually able to compel these monsters to lose all desire to attack and kneel in worship instead. This was a technique he had never heard of before. Could this be A spiritor's ability? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Because he cultivated the divine mist heart mantra, Lin Ming knew that when a spiritor's martial artist's soul force reached a terrifying boundary, they could use their powerful soul force to affect the mind of an enemy, even control them. Weaker martial artists could have their souls captured by this soul force and be turned into living puppets without realizing it. This method, could it be her? Lin Ming's mind chilled. He immediately recalled the figure of the blue-clothed woman. At that time, amongst the numerous heroic elites that had plunged into the black vortex of the final trial, only the blue-clothed woman had left a profound impression upon Lin Ming. She kept a low profile and Lin Ming had only caught a glimpse of her. But whether it was the Divine Void Third Crown Prince or Sovereign Heaven Union's direct disciple, Big Flame, Lin Ming could feel that they were both inferior to even 1% of this blue-clothed woman. In the next moment, Lin Ming was able to confirm his suspicions. On the distant horizon, there was a peerless woman in a blue skirt flying towards them as she stepped on the wind. Her face was shrouded in a strange wave of energy, making her appearance seem hazy and unreal. However, her figure was tall and graceful. Her black hair fell down like a waterfall and accentuated her abundant chest. Her entire body exuded a mysterious and sacred aura, forming a peculiar contrast. As Duke Full Moon saw this blue-clothed woman, he was immediately ecstatic. Soul Empress, over here. The truth was that Soul Empress Sheng Mai couldn't be considered an ally of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. As for Duke Full Moon, who was merely a subordinate of Divine Void Divine Kingdom's 9 Nether Province, there was absolutely no way he could come into contact with an existence like her. The reason Sheng Mai had rescued Duke Full Moon was only because she owed Soul Emperor Divine Void a favor. Her steps were soft and supple. Although she was originally on the horizon, in just several steps she arrived in front of everyone. Like a fairy maiden descending from heaven, she floated down, landing on the earth. Chapter 1676, The Gate of Laws. Chapter 1676, The Gate of Laws. Blue light shined on the vast wilderness. Ice flowers and snow plums grew everywhere. Soul Empress Sheng Mai fell upon the largest snow lotus. Her slender feet were like a butterfly, her lithe body seeming to have no weight. Soul Empress. The happy Duke Full Moon hurriedly bowed, his face full of attentiveness. What kind of character was Soul Empress Sheng Mai? Even Soul Emperor Divine Void had to treat her with respect. It could even be said that she was an existence on the same level as Soul Emperor Divine Void. In front of Soul Empress Sheng Mai, Duke Full Moon was nothing more than a little ant. For Sheng Mai to personally rescue him, Duke Full Moon felt extremely flattered. Sheng Mai didn't look at Duke Full Moon. Rather, she faintly glanced over at Lin Ming's direction. Within the space distortion, Lin Ming frowned. This woman was terrifying beyond description. Without a doubt, the 5 of them combined together wouldn't be her match. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then lifted the barrier of Heaven's Divide. Towards this dreadful person, a barrier on this level wasn't any different from paper. As he looked at Sheng Mai, he was put under a dreadful pressure. He couldn't see this woman's strength at all. Sheng Mai stared deeply into Lin Ming's eyes. A strange color appeared within her smoky eyes. What is your name? Sheng Mai suddenly asked for Lin Ming's name. This caused Lin Ming to feel a sudden chill cross his body. It had to be known that within this final trial that was filled with numerous young elites, he was extremely common and unnoticeable. Beside those people who participated in the Divine Rune City auction during that eventful year, as well as those who kept up with news about the divine runic arts, very few people bothered paying attention to Lin Ming. The Divine Void Third Crown Prince and Big Flame, the direct disciple of Divine Emperor Heaven Union, were both the leads of this final trial. But even these 2 leads weren't able to enter Soul Empress Sheng Mai's eyes. Yet, currently, Sheng Mai had taken the initiative to ask Lin Ming for his name. This was similar to a human asking an ant for their name. Lin Ming couldn't help but keep his mind and heart vigilant about this change in events. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent thoughts in his heart and calmly saying, "My name is Lin Ming." Sheng Mai softly hummed. "Your soul is quite special. It is a bit like a special soul physique recorded in the holy scripture of my people. But what a pity, You are nothing but a human, so your soul is destined to only be alike. If you were a spiritus, then I might have accepted you as my disciple." As Sheng Mai spoke, she lightly smiled. This was a smile of pure appreciation. But as this smile fell into Lin Ming's eyes, his heart shook. Special soul physique recorded in the Holy Scripture. Was it the magic cube? Lin Ming remembered that the second time he had seen Empyrean divine mist, he had said that there was an ancient text which existed within the Spiritus legends, the Spiritus Holy Scripture. Within the Spiritus Holy Scripture, the existence of the magic cube had been recorded. It was known as the Stone of Eternal Life. When Sheng Mai had mentioned the Holy Scripture, it was 99% likely that it was the Spiritus Holy Scripture that Empyrean divine mist had mentioned. Was this so-called special soul physique spoken of within the Holy Scriptures also related to the magic cube? In that moment, Lin Ming could feel a cold sweat dripping from his palms. Luckily, even this terrifying woman in front of him didn't realize the existence of the magic cube in his inner world. Perhaps because Lin Ming had possessed the magic cube for such a long time, his soul might have been subtly influenced by the magic cube. This made Sheng Mai mistake Lin Ming's soul for having some similarities to the special soul physique recorded in the Spiritus Holy Scripture. This sort of soul was named the Eternal Soul. The rarity of such a thing couldn't be described with word. Compared to that, Xiao Moxian's half-god beast bloodline was nothing at all. Although a half-god beast physique was rare, it wasn't strange for it to occur every billion years in a universe. But as for the eternal soul recorded in the Spiritus Holy Scripture, it hadn't appeared in the entire 33 heavens for several great calamities in a row. Thus, Sheng Mai only casually spoke. She would never believe that a human like Lin Ming would possess the eternal soul that was mentioned in the legends of the Spiritus, something that had already vanished from existence 10 billion years ago. However, after hearing Sheng Mai's words, Duke Fullmoon felt an intense surge of jealousy. This was clearly the first time that Sheng Mai had seen Lin Ming, but she had actually said that she would accept Lin Ming as a disciple if he were a spiritus. Duke Fullmoon knew that Sheng Mai was a person whose heart was higher than the heavens. In her entire life she had never received a disciple, much less a male disciple. If Duke Fullmoon could become Sheng Mai's disciple, he would even be willing to sacrifice half his lifespan. But after she appeared, she didn't even bother glancing at someone like Duke Fullmoon who was on her side, but had instead spoken to an outsider like Lin Ming. This caused Duke Fullmoon to feel somewhat ill. Lin Ming was only a human, so why? Lin Ming's divine runic arts were fierce, but to someone on the level of Sheng Mai, what meaning did the divine runic arts have? As Duke Fullmoon was depressed, Lin Ming stood rigidly on the ground. His inner world's fluctuations had been reduced to their lowest levels, and even as he maintained absolute vigilance, he kept his appearance as calm as he could. Then, Sheng Mai finally turned, about to leave. Lin Ming's mind relaxed a little. To him, every second felt like a year. He was looking forwards to this terrifying woman disappearing as hastily as she came. But then, Duke Fullmoon called out to Sheng Mai. "Soul Empress." Duke Fullmoon summoned the courage to say. Lin Ming was nervous as he heard this. He really wanted to just kill this damned idiot and get him over with. "What is it?" Sheng Mai turned her head and glanced at Duke Fullmoon. Seeing Sheng Mai's cold eyes on him, Duke Fullmoon suddenly felt weak at the knees. He gulped and stuttered out, Those people over there, they." For a time, Duke Fullmoon was at a loss for words. There was no way he could ask Sheng Mai to help him kill Lin Ming, but he wasn't willing to miss such an opportunity. Sheng Mai faintly frowned. "You aren't asking me to handle your grudges for you, are you?" Sheng Mai could immediately see that Duke Fullmoon had a grudge with Lin Ming and the others. "No, I wouldn't dare," Duke Fullmoon quickly denied. Just what status did he have? He was already thanking the heavens and earth that Sheng Mai had saved him. He and Sheng Mai weren't even from the same influence, so what qualifications did he have to ask her to help him take revenge? As for using the secrets on Lin Ming's body to tempt Sheng Mai, Duke Fullmoon didn't know whether these supposed secrets really existed or not. He only thought that Lin Ming was far too young to have such extraordinary skill in divine runic arts. As for what was going on with Lin Ming, Duke Fullmoon couldn't say it clearly himself. To the influences within the Azura Road, the greatest value that Lin Ming possessed was to draw up divine runic symbols and create a massive amount of wealth. But what lure did wealth have to someone like Sheng Mai, whose status was similar to a true divinity-level character? It was likely there was nothing on Lin Ming's body that could tempt Sheng Mai. As Duke Fullmoon was lost in thought, Sheng Mai had already floated away. Left behind, Duke Fullmoon watched Sheng Mai's parting back with an ugly complexion. He looked at Lin Ming and Lin Ming looked at him. Duke Fullmoon had 3 people on his side, Lin Ming had 5. As their eyes met in midair, sparks flashed between them, followed by surging killing intent. They each wanted to kill the other. At this time, Lin Ming was considering what his chances were of killing Duke Fullmoon in a situation where he couldn't sneak attack him. And would Duke Fullmoon's other squad members catch up? And most importantly of all, Lin Ming didn't know about how Soul Empress Sheng Mai would take this. Was she planning on guaranteeing the lives of Divine Void Divine Kingdom's disciples in this smelting trial? All of these doubts made it so that Lin Ming didn't attack. As for Duke Fullmoon, he dreaded the many divine runic symbols Lin Ming had on him, as well as the several companions with him. "You little bastard, consider yourself lucky," Duke Fullmoon sneered. "You think you can do whatever you want just because of some divine runic symbols? You should remember to save them as much as you can and not use them all up, because if that happens I will kill you as easily as butchering a dog or a chicken. Really, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue with your constant babbling? I'm confused, just which family was so lazy as to forget to tie up your chain? As a dog, you should have the awareness of a dog. Just who do you think you are? If it weren't for the Soul Empress appearing just now you would have already died." Xiao Moxian had never been someone who was willing to lose in a war of words. As Duke Fullmoon started cursing at Lin Ming, she immediately opposed him. "Heh, you bitch, aren't you Lin Ming's woman? I will soon make you regret choosing this kind of man. At that time, you might even enjoy it." Duke Fullmoon lecherously smiled before he turned and left. The 2 other disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom hurriedly followed behind, keeping a close tab on their surroundings. Seeing the 3 people about to vanish, Mo Bright Moon felt her sword blade. She frowned. "Are we going to let them leave like this?" "Just this time," Lin Ming indifferently said. Duke Fullmoon was already on his kill list. It was just that there were too many variables involved, so he hadn't attacked. After the brief battle just now, Lin Ming's squad continued forwards carefully. If they could avoid the monsters on the 2nd floor they would avoid them. They tried to keep the battles to a bare minimum. Like this, they went deeper and deeper into the wilderness. And the deeper they went, the thicker the chaotic energy in the skies became. In the endless distance, they could vaguely see the appearance of a massive metal door, like a mountain range that stretched to the ends of time. Waves of profound and quiet runes scattered out from the metal door. They were incomparably vast and mysterious. Seeing these metal doors that constantly emitted a golden light, Mo Brightmoon's eyes flashed, a strange color covering them. The Gate of Laws, according to the information I purchased before, this is the entrance to the 3rd level. The Gate of Laws that leads to the 3rd level is particularly special. "Oh, special?" Lin Ming stopped and asked, startled. "That's right. Starting from the Gate of Laws, the disparity between the different martial artists in the final trial will be pulled even further apart. The strong will be better, obtaining even higher points and better rewards. As for the weak, they will be directly eliminated." Mo Brightmoon said, a restless anticipation in her eyes. With her own level of talent, what sort of scene would she see when passing through the Gate of Laws? Chapter 1677, Difficulty and Completion Percentage. Chapter 1677, Difficulty and Completion Percentage. As Lin Ming walked towards the Gate of Laws, increasingly powerful auras appeared one after another. The powerhouses that had completed the 1st level and were scattered over the world of the 2nd level began converging towards the Gate of Laws. These people were all extraordinary disciples of their large influences. After passing through the fierce battles of the 1st and 2nd floor, not too many of them perished. Only some extremely unlucky martial artists who had been surrounded by monsters had died. It's that fellow, the whatever crown prince from Divine Void Divine Kingdom is coming, Xiao Moxian suddenly commented as they neared the Gate of Laws. Lin Ming looked back to see several men and women wearing feather robes with star crowns on their heads. They were surrounding a young man wearing a dragon crown with his hair hanging loose around him. This young man stood atop the head of a silver python that was as large as a mountain. The silver python twisted as it moved forwards, leaving deep gullies in the earth. This young man was dashing and high-spirited, showing disdain for all heroes. He was the Divine Void Third Crown Prince. As the Divine Void Third Crown Prince appeared, so did Duke Fullmoon. At this time, Duke Fullmoon was flying high in the air as he followed behind the Third Crown Prince. There was a faint smile on his face as he looked towards the people up ahead with a commanding gaze. The other disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom didn't dare to stand upon the head of this giant silver python. This silver python was the contract beast of the Third Crown Prince. It was an arrogant beast that didn't allow anyone else besides its master to ride it. Although this silver python wasn't a god beast, it had an ancient bloodline relationship with a god beast. It was said that if this silver python was able to grow 4 feet and grow horns atop its head, it would evolve into a silver dragon. Of course, the road to that path was beset with difficulties and the chances of it happening were impossibly low. And at this time, a phoenix-like cry spread through the air. Brilliant waves of flames rolled up in the skies as a massive phoenix-looking firebird appeared. Just by flying, this firebird filled the skies with raging flames, immediately causing the temperature of the surroundings to become boiling hot. On the back of this firebird was a fat youth wearing a bright yellow 5-clawed dragon robe. This fat youth was Big Flame, the direct disciple of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom's Divine Emperor. The Divine Void Third Crown Prince, Big Flame, the top disciples of the true divinity influences had arrived. Big Flame, you arrived here quite fast. I thought perhaps your luck might be worse than I thought and that you could be surrounded by the monsters here. If that were to happen, your fat body would disappear. The Third Crown Prince taunted as he saw Big Flame show up. Haha. I must thank the Crown Prince for worrying over me. When I arrived I was indeed frightened miserable. Luckily, I managed to somehow stumble my way over here. How could I compare to someone as pitilessly wise and skilled as Crown Prince Your Highness? You could likely lay down on the floor and still arrive here. Ah, that's right, at this Gate of Laws, does the pitilessly wise and skilled Crown Prince plan on challenging the Heaven Step difficulty level? Big Flame's words were kind and subservient, but if one wasn't an idiot they could clearly hear the taunting within them. The Divine Void Crown Prince frowned as he heard these words. He knew that the most important part of Big Flame's words was at the end. Big Flame wanted him to challenge the Heaven Step difficulty of the Gate of Laws. The final trial's Gate of Laws was extremely special. Before this, all trial challengers were placed together and could pass levels in groups. But at the Gate of Laws, every person would be separated and also had to choose their difficulty. No matter what difficulty they chose, as long as they passed through the Gate of Laws they would reach the 3rd level. What was different was that the higher the difficulty one chose at the Gate of Laws, the better the rewards would be and the higher the completion percentage would be. Of course, this also meant greater dangers. Every difficulty was divided into 4 possibilities: perfect completion, partial completion, barely passing, and death. If one perfectly completed their difficulty, their rewards would be higher and the final trial completion percentage would be higher. At partial completion, rewards and completion percentage would be reduced. As for barely passing, there wouldn't be any reward and the given completion percentage would also be the lowest. Still, they would be able to safely enter the 3rd level. As for death, there was no need to mention it. It was the worst result in the Gate of Laws, where one perished within. The Heaven Step difficulty was one of the highest levels of difficulty within the Gate of Laws. Since ancient times, countless proud children of heaven had participated in the final trial. But, those that dared to choose the Heaven Step difficulty were extremely rare. As for those who had chosen it, there had never been anyone who had managed to perfectly complete it. Just partially completing it and surviving through the end was an extraordinary result. Although the divine Void Crown Prince was arrogant, he was well aware of his own abilities. He estimated that if he chose the Heaven Step difficulty, the most he could do was just barely pass it or only complete a small percentage of it. Although he would likely be able to reach the third level, the completion percentage would be too low and the rewards wouldn't be too great either. Moreover, he would also have to risk a high chance of dying there. Who would be willing to do something so stupid? This big flame was clearly trying to stir him up with dark intentions in his mind. The divine Void Crown Prince wasn't an idiot, so why would he fall for such an obvious ploy? Instead, he sneered and mockingly said, "I have self-awareness of my own abilities. I naturally do not have the skill to challenge the Heaven Step difficulty, but I am more than capable of playing in the Earth Step difficulty. If Brother Big Flame is so proud of your own skills, then you should certainly try the Heaven Step difficulty yourself, haha." The divine Void Crown Prince's voice was extremely loud. At this time, before the Gate of Laws, many disciples of large influences had gathered and they were all looking at him. These people knew that Big Flame and the Third Crown Prince already had a gambling bet between themselves. Now, in front of the Gate of Laws, they were still stood in sharp opposition. Hihi, how interesting. Two descendants from true divinity-level influences are trying to provoke each other into entering the Heaven Step difficulty of the Gate of Laws. Not too far away, many people were watching the fun play. They're just messing around and trying to one-up each other. They both know that trying to provoke the other party won't have any effect. With their strength, they might be able to perfectly complete the Earth Step difficulty, but as for the Heaven Step difficulty, just forget about it. As these people were speaking, their discussions naturally fell into Lin Ming's ears. As he listened to these people speak and in addition to the explanation that Mo Brightmoon had given him, Lin Ming already had a rough understanding of the Gate of Laws. When choosing a difficulty in the Gate of Laws, it was best to choose one that could be perfectly completed. In that way, one would have the greatest harvests. At the very worst, one had to choose a difficulty at which they could at least achieve 90% or above. As Lin Ming was thinking this, a sudden sound of footsteps left him feeling icy cold. In front of the Gate of Laws he could see a blue-clothed woman floating high in the air. Her body seemed to merge with her surroundings, making it difficult to notice her existence. Lin Ming could confirm that just a moment ago, this blue-clothed woman hadn't been there. But now, she had suddenly emerged in the skies above, as if she had teleported there. Soul Empress. As the blue-clothed woman appeared, the divine Void Crown Prince quickly hurried forwards to greet her. In front of her, he didn't show any arrogance at all. He had already witnessed the attitude with which Soul Emperor Divine Void had treated her. Sheng Mai faintly looked over at the Third Crown Prince and slightly bowed. As for the previously flagrant Big Flame, he had no intention of moving forwards. Instead, he looked on from the distance, utterly silent. Big Flame knew that in the 33 heavens, the saints were at war with the spiriters. As a saint from the Azura Road, he wouldn't be sucked up into their affairs. Even so, it was likely that this Sheng Mai didn't have any good impressions of him at all. It was best to hide away as much as possible. Who is that blue-clothed woman? Why would the Third Crown Prince be so respectful to her? Because Sheng Mai kept a low profile, many martial artists didn't recognize her. As they saw that even the Third Crown Prince was bowing to her, they were stunned. Don't you know who she is? Haven't you heard that several years ago in the Divine Void Divine Kingdom, there was a grown ice phoenix that descended upon their land, even forcing Soul Emperor Divine Void out of his seclusion? And that woman is the person who arrived on that ice phoenix. She is the one who holds the record for the highest completion percentage, 83%. I heard that for these last several years she has been staying at Divine Void Divine Kingdom and her status is on par with that of Soul Emperor Divine Void. What? This is the record of the highest completion percentage? Isn't she the one that already obtained a completion rate of 83%? Why would she come to the Azura Road's final trial again? Isn't that just a waste of qualifications? Many people asked, puzzled. The Azura Road was simply far too large. Even if Sheng Mai had caused a giant stir in Divine Void Divine Kingdom, many people still hadn't heard of her. Hehe, it's not as simple as you think. The one who spoke before mysteriously said. He began to whisper in a cryptic tone, if she came again, then she naturally believes 83% is not her limit. This mysterious spiritus woman has an extremely unique cultivation method, one that makes her talent grow stronger and stronger. She has already surpassed all common logic. What? Many martial artists looked at each other in fear. 83% wasn't her limit? Then what degree would she reach? As for a cultivation method that constantly increased one's talent, they had never heard of that before. This kind of cultivation method exists. I've only heard rumors about it. Moreover, this blue-clothed woman's cultivation is far too confusing. Some people say she is an early Empyrean and some people say she is an ordinary world king. It's as if her cultivation is always changing. But, one point is for certain is that whether she is an Empyrean or world king, she can easily pinch us to death without any effort at all. Although we are standing here with her, the truth is that we are on completely different levels. In her eyes, we are nothing more than ants. The martial artist who spoke deeply sighed. Everyone here was a proud child of the heavens. In their own large sects and families, they were heroic figures that stood at the peak of their generation. But here, they were actually considered to be no more than ants. No matter what, this left them feeling uncomfortable. However, they had to acknowledge the truth. This spiritus woman stood on par with Soul Emperor Divine Void, with no inferiority or superiority between them. And, Soul Emperor Divine Void was a true divinity supreme elder. As for the rest of them, they already considered it the highest honor to have an Empyrean praise them a few times. The disparity between them could be imagined. As all of this talk fell into Lin Ming's ears, he lost himself in thought for a moment. He had some faint ideas about this spiritus woman. In the past, when he first entered the Azura Road, he had heard Soul White mention that in the last 100 million years, there had been two people who had obtained an 80% completion rate and above, the good fortune Saint's son and a mysterious spiritus woman. Lin Ming thought that the good fortune Saint's son and the mysterious spiritus woman were the greatest geniuses of their race's youths. But now, it seemed that he had misunderstood everything. This mysterious spiritus woman was not some junior, but a high-level figure of the soul race. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.